I've unmuted myself, so now it's time. That's desktop audio also unmuted, so hopefully somebody should double check the audio on everything. But we're live now, and I peaked my microphone too, so that's a zesty beginning of the game. Sick fact
Oh, we have
for
a new
you.
card thing.
Yeah, that's what Kai was like parenting me about. It's pretty hype. It's pretty cool. Now you can know who we are, even though the text is kind of really small sometimes.
This is working. The stream is working.
Good. Oh, now we have 7 viewers. That's someone who is not a mod. Shout out. I see you, viewer. Welcome. Enjoy being moderated by like 4 people, and no one else is in chat. So, gaming. This all looks okay. It looks okay. We're looking good. We're looking good.
All right.
I'm not flipping my notes back to the beginning of session. Introductions is technically what we start with.
Hey, yo, it's your boy, Frank Smith.
You're not the start of the thing, but go on.
Doesn't matter. Popcorn, baby.
Hey,
Someone else intro now.
It's your boy, Frank Smith. Run the local ice cream shop, take care of delinquents, and apparently I have a new delinquent in the form of Milo McCreary.
Who are you?
Oh, I'm James.
We have a card now. You don't have to do that part. They can see. They have eyes. All nobody in chat. It's fine. It's cool. There's someone. I see you. Hello, viewer. Next, go. Introduce yourself. I'm yelling.
Hi, I'm Abigail. I am playing Cynthia, who is a older woman who is taken up a new bingo hobby for no other reason.
Nothing Cynthia ever does this for any other reason. I'm Kai. You used your full name and that threw me off. I'm Kai. I'm playing Tom. He's a man. He's made a friend. Sort of. He's trying to make a friend. And part of that making a friend endeavor involves going fishing at 4 a.m. because that's when the fish are.
Yeah.
Milo?
Yeah. No, I'm Parker. I'm playing Milo. He's with a camera, likes to poke around these abandoned buildings that are probably far too dangerous and may or may not contain holes. Oh.
And he may or may not need to be dragged out of some of them.
No, listen, he's doing fine. He's doing great. I'm Killen. I'm your GM, DM, Mythmaker. Call it what you wanna. I'm in charge. I'm God. It's me. What's poppin'? We're playing Periphery. That's what we play. It's a game you haven't heard of. That's pretty cool. I made it. You're welcome. Cool. So that's the intro out of the way. Banger one, by the way. I love the energy that is just like all of us panicking because we're just starting the stream.
Yeah.
So we should probably recap more for your benefit than the 0 people watching.
Who has the wiki open?
No
I
one.
don't.
You're all
know that's a
fools.
lie. I do have the wiki open.
Last time on Moss.
Last time on Periphery Moss. Take it away.
Dude man cheated at bingo with cocaine.
His name is
Milo almost died in a basement. I think that's like the majority of the big things. Oh yeah, Connecticut man goes fishing at 4 a.m.
Yep. You did it.
Connecticut man.
That was
His
the
official and canon name.
Dude man's name for the record is Matic Jones.
Listen, he's just cocaine bingo man.
I haven't learned Hector's surname yet. He hasn't volunteered. I don't remember if I...
His name is Hector Connecticut.
Last time, Tom made a friend, Cynthia made an acquaintance, and Milo got stuck in a hole.
Frank antagonized children. He didn't actually antagonize children.
What do you
Frank
mean he
got-
antagonized children?
Frank
he,
got
gave,
made.
he gave one child in a parking lot who was, well, maybe a child, don't know their age, a coupon for some ice cream.
It's true. That
Also,
did
he also got made treasurer of the Granton Society for the Preservation of the Paranormal.
He
No,
did not get made
he's
treasurer
not
for that.
treasurer.
He refused to become treasurer.
No,
He joined the society.
no,
but
you definitely are treasurer. You did accept the membership.
Okay.
You just refuse to, like, fund everything that they do.
Yeah, because he already does. Because they're his employees. He already funds everything they do.
True.
Milo doesn't pay shit.
Cool. Well, we can do start a session stuff. We gotta set up, reflection, and then we also need to hear from Milo about some things.
Cool. So I believe we start is who's giving off bad vibes, right?
Yes, yeah. Who is making you nervous?
Besides Maddox Jones, who is not a player character and cannot give me a stat, I think the answer is, at the moment, it's probably Milo still. Sorry to pick on you for the third session in a row, but
It's just always gonna be Milo.
it's been a hot sec since Milo and Cynthia have caught up properly. So I think that's who Cynthia's sort of got on her radar the most right now. What's the stat?
Let's go with Moxie.
Moxie. Oh, that's a fun one for Cynthia. All right. Excellent. Frank, how you doing?
Alright, also picking on Milo because Frank just had to haul this dumbass out of a basement. And he knows that Milo is definitely gonna go back and this time might actually die in the basement. So yeah, he's a little bit concerned that this idiot's gonna get himself killed.
It's also valid. How about Soul?
Soul, alright.
Milo, how you doing?
I'd say
Milo?
Milo?
yeah, no. Sorry. I'm like
The ether has claimed him.
Yeah. Sorry, what's like the wording of the move?
It's not a move, but
No, not a
it's like who's
Yeah.
making you nervous? I don't know.
Yeah. I think maybe like Frank in a sort of like this man's gonna like mess with my shenanigans sort of like
Yeah, I was kind of that was kind of what I was
Fair enough.
expecting. Like he's gonna if he keeps it up, you're not gonna get to explore the spook house again. But now you having reviewed the footage from the spook house, you know you have to explore the spook house again. So that makes sense.
I'll give Milo Moxie. You'll need it.
I think Tom is actually the most nervous about Cynthia's determination to go back to bingo after she swore off it the first time she ever went. And I think that's a little, I don't know, out of character for her, because she definitely means what she says when she's like, I'm not gonna do this again, and now she is. So, also the fact that he's definitely about to make some bad decisions regarding when he's waking up in the morning, and Cynthia is not going to approve.
Alright, I think I'm gonna hand Tom Soul since he intends on making some friends this session.
That's not a useful soul.
Wow, how hip and cool. I'm glad we really. I'm glad that this is now set up. How very good. Milo, I need ammunition.
Yeah.
And I don't know where the fuck my pen went, so allow me to rustle for a second.
So do you need like 22 special, 375? What are we
I
looking at?
mean, if you want to be technical, the only gun I own is a 22, so.
All right.
That was a 10.
Oh. What
So-
happens on a 10?
You get nothing.
Fuck. Well, that sucks.
I'm in the clear for now, which is like debatable, but like okay, I'll take it.
Hold on, I just realized I don't actually have the book open, so issue
Good
has
job.
been resolved. Cool, alright. Well that's not any fun. So it is like Sunday afternoon, right? Give or take, sorta?
Yep. We just did
Yep.
Sunday
Morning
Like,
with Tom, right?
until 7.
Because Cynthia wanted to go to knitting club,
Yeah.
as
Oh,
she
I've already
does
forgotten
every
her name.
week.
So Cynthia's showing up at knitting club. It's in the church, I believe. No, it's in
I did the
the
great.
The
Grange
Grange
half
Hall.
of the Grange.
Yeah.
And Cynthia's, I think, here to sort of check in with her people. Perhaps even consult with the energies of her home turf.
Oh, that's a move. Yeah, I mean, knitting club is knitting club, so you all are, sat in your little circle with, I'm assuming, like, mismatched chairs. There's, like, a worn armchair. There's, like, a tin folding chair.
Worn armchair belongs to
100%
Maggie.
attendance. Everyone's there. Everyone's knitting. So if you wanted to make a funny move, you should, read the funny move, and then, go ahead and dice, if we're dicing.
Yeah, so Cynthia's rolling the Beyond Move familiar territory. When you consult with the energies of your home turf, roll some dice. And I've got a 9 on the dice, and I add my Beyond standing, right?
Well, I think in this case it would be town, because unless there are, beyond entities in this knitting club that I was not aware of before now, that you're probably working with your town reputation here.
Yeah, this knitting club is sus.
So I'm gonna mark off one of my town standing because I have success. Oh no, that's only on a failure.
Yeah.
Keep the standing for now. With a +1, that makes this a 10. Now a 10 plus. On a hit, I learn of a threat, resource, or influence new to your grounds. On a 10 plus, ask one question your power could grant you an answer to.
Okay. So, is there anything in particular you're kind of looking for here? You got any, anything in that department?
Right now, she's sort of got her plate full with Matic and Milo, so if there's any sort of news with regards to those two, I think she's keeping an ear out for that. Otherwise, looking for anything that could even be, like, construed as possibly supernatural.
Let's see. I mean, certainly if you want to talk Matic Jones, Magnolia is, has feelings in that department. She is upset by his general existence. She doesn't quite have, I think, the beat on him that you do, but she is frustrated with his obscenely good luck and skill in so much as bingo requires skill. As
Apparently, the skill is just cocaine.
yes, that is true.
I'm sure
Cocaine
Maggie
does make you
believes
better
there's
at
such thing as
bingo.
skill with bingo.
Well, Maggie believes there's such thing as like having really good bingo chakras. So I'm sure she's just you know, decided that this one is like he's got good mojo or something, you know.
His bingo chakras are even more aligned.
Exactly. And it's not like she's never had a hot streak before, so she's not like she's not nearly as suspicious of him as perhaps Cynthia has become in recent weeks. As far as new supernatural things, I think you're kind of in the wrong crowd as far
Yeah.
as sensitivity towards anything of that nature.
I think mostly like between threat, resource, influence, Cynthia's looking out for threat here. If that changes anything.
Yeah, I don't really necessarily think that anyone here has been endangered recently by anything particularly exciting. Most of what comes up in the like venting about our personal life troubles over knitting is stuff like, the Height Farm has been having a particularly bad year for coyotes. Ella Rose is particularly like, off today. She's clearly had like, a bad week or something and is a little quiet and more reserved. It's just that sort of stuff. But you do get a specific question, I believe.
Yeah. Specific question that my power could grant me access to, or the answer to, and I think sort of where I maybe want to go with that is there anything that these people are worried about that they're not necessarily willing to talk about right now?
I mean, Cynthia certainly has a sort of particular empathy that she is capable of tapping into, so I think that question is pretty valid. I also think that, Magnolia, pretty open about just about everything. If she doesn't experience the emotion of upset very often, and when she does, she's pretty good about dealing with it, but she'll also talk everyone's ear off for infinity about it. The other two, the short answer is yes. Yes, they do have problems that they're dealing with that they're not telling you. But I feel like that's maybe to be expected. This is sort of a social event. You're not like their therapist, So in that way, I would say for the other two, yeah, probably. When is Lorna Crawford not dealing with something behind the scenes, Ella Rose has not articulated at all why she's in a clearly bad mood. But, sometimes people keep that sort of thing to themselves. So, anything that immediately makes you, like, suspicious? No. But if you were going to snoop around in anyone's personal life, the place to do it would be the other two, as opposed to Magnolia Height, who would, like, tell you anything if you asked nicely,
Alright.
What is your social security number?
Maybe not that.
Her memory is not good enough to be able to answer that question.
Cool. So I'm getting mostly that things are going all right.
Pretty par for the course.
Yeah. Nothing super out of the ordinary is going on. All right. Cool. I think with that, that's sort of Cynthia will spend the rest of most of her afternoon at Bingo Club and then
Bingo Club.
Knitting Club. Okay, listen, I have
She's starting a new social gathering.
I have 2 different social activities I'm taking part in right now. and they both happen in the same building.
Cynthia, Maggie, and Matic, they start bingo club, and it's not like Friday night bingo. It's different. They play bingo outside of that.
It's just Cynthia trying to figure out what the fuck Adam is doing.
They play full
True.
contact bingo, tackles and punches allowed.
So yeah, I think that's what Cynthia's up to.
Neat. Anyone else have any plans for Sunday?
Go to bed at like 8.
True. No, and I feel like Milo and Frank in particular have had kind of a rough week's end.
Yeah. When it gets to evening, he is gonna like take a walk again and see if he sees, the van with the person in the back drinking at the diner again. About the same time as when he saw that last time.
I want to go ahead and say probably not. I don't feel like that's a super common occurrence, but it's also like,
All right.
It is Sunday night, it's a weeknight, so.
And I'm also assuming that the person has not come in to fulfill that coupon yet.
No, that hasn't happened yet. Which, could be that maybe he doesn't like ice cream. Maybe it was a really shitty coupon by design. These are things.
Yeah, maybe it was a very shitty coupon. Listen, Frank's profit margin isn't that big.
Yeah, no, I have no doubt. Cool. So, I have one tiny thing to mention that transpires this night. And it is night. When you, Frank Smith, wake up. And it is a solid 2 a.m. that you are sort of roused from your slumber. I feel like Frank's typically a pretty heavy sleeper.
Yeah.
This probably doesn't happen a lot unless Milo needs help getting out of a hole. So, when your eyes flutter open and are met with the darkness and the, little red numbers on your bedside clock that say, 2:16, you're maybe not, ecstatic, about it.
I think he just, instinctively, when he wakes up at 2 a.m., just gets up and starts walking towards the bathroom. It's instinct,
Yeah, as you kind of make your way through the darkened halls of your house, you hear something. And it's not close, actually, it sounds very, very far away. But it is, the distant sound of a train whistle. Which is interesting, because, Frank Smith, you've lived in, Granton for a while. And you've never heard a train whistle in Granton? Ever? Sometimes, occasionally, Dellum will get their shit together enough that they put on a sort of Polar Express-esque experience, for all of the 5 people who show up, and they use the old, lumber rail system to kind of, run an antique train through, and everyone has hot cocoa, and it's freezing cold out, and it's kind of miserable, but everyone goes anyway, because, it's something to do.
What else are you doing with your life?
This is not that. It is September. And you, it's just this, far off, distant, barely recognizable train whistle.
Yeah, I think he's gonna, try to pinpoint general direction and try to, look out a window in that direction. Is he able to pinpoint general direction of it?
Not by sound, but also, there's one railway even remotely close to where you are, so you kind of know the general direction of that. It is, over in Dellum.
Yeah.
But, Dellum is It's a town over.
So-
So you
So the
don't.
noise of the train whistle, it does sound like a whistle from the next town over.
Oh, it sounds like a whistle from like 30 towns over. Like, frankly,
Okay.
it's a little strange that you can hear it at all. But like, you assume it's just approaching Delum, which makes no sense because they don't use that railway. But maybe they are for some reason.
Yeah.
Certainly strange thing to be awake at 2 in the morning hearing. But you do.
Yeah. He's gonna like just check, just like instinctively, okay, weird, just gonna check around his apartment, like, hey, what?
You find a tiny clown making train noises. No,
Please, I can't do this again.
We can't do this.
no. I mean, if you want to roll for it, you can, but, as far as I know, you don't find anything, so,
Yeah,
like, out of place or
I'm
anything.
assuming he finds nothing out of place in his apartment, but he just kind of checks.
Yeah, cover your bases. These
And then
trains,
goes
they break into your house, they cat burgle, train things.
Then he goes back to bed.
Cool. I think our morning starts a bit earlier than usual.
Yeah. It's just
Boy,
a
4
little.
a.m. Because
3:50.
Because that's when the river fish bite. Thank you, Hector, for doing your research.
Yep. Yeah. Tom has an alarm set for 3:50. He lays in bed for 2 minutes. He eventually drags himself out of bed, throws on a sweater and his glasses and the only pair of sweatpants that he owns, spends like way too long digging around to try and figure out how he can make coffee, but does eventually succeed, is maybe like 5 minutes late after, it's like 4:05 when he leaves the house. He doesn't have any travel bugs, he's just holding like a mug of coffee, which is, safe to be driving with. And then promptly realizes he doesn't know where he's going.
Yeah, I think you probably end up standing at the end of your driveway vaguely confused for several minutes.
Yeah.
Because you kind of know the direction down the road you're standing at the edge of, but other than that, it's kind of like, I don't know, that way, which isn't particularly
there's
helpful.
a stream over there.
True.
Do I
Hold
have the
on.
map downloaded? No, I need to fix that.
Hey, guess what? I was also opening a map. It's fine.
That's not the right. It's...
That's the old map. Great. Map updated.png. There we go.
Oh, I do have it saved. I just opened.
Yeah, so, you end up, waiting a little bit. But before long, you see the man, the myth, the legend himself, come around the bend. I say, like, there's an actual bend in that road. I don't think it is. I think it's just kind of a steep diagonal.
Yeah.
Whatever. He's coming around the bend. I say so.
You make the rules.
I make the rules, and the rules say, what's a map? Yeah, so it's, it's him. He's got on a particularly questionable sweater and, like, corduroy pants. I don't know. This man doesn't know how to dress himself. It's fine.
I'm sure he looks far more awake than I do.
Yeah.
Given that I look like about, I'm like 10 to 15% awake.
But here's the thing. Of the two of you, who is more put together? The one who's okay
I'm
being
wearing-
awake at 4 a.m. or the one who isn't?
Yeah.
Yeah, he kind of gives you a wave, as, as he gets
I'll
close
wave
enough
back.
to be within speaking range.
Very tiredly wave back. And just be like, how long of a walk is this?
20, 30 minutes tops. Not that bad.
Can we take my truck? I'm not. I mean, walking for 20 or 30 minutes is not something I go out of my way to do at the best of times, especially not when I'm barely awake. Just sort of takes a
I
big
don't think
chug
your
of coffee.
truck is going to get through the... I mean, because really, once you get to the end of the road, it's kind of a trek down a trail. So, I don't think your truck would, I mean, it's definitely not, like, cut wide enough for a truck to go down. It's a footpath.
Okay. I mean, I'm gonna be spending the
Anywhere's a
rest of
road
the
if
day
you're
in
not
bed
empowered.
anyway. Alright, let's go.
Yeah, so you two, set off down the road. Kind of like an awkwardly silent walk as Tom steadily
Yeah.
loses his breath.
Yeah. It's trying to drink coffee at the same time, which is a choice.
Yeah, but I I feel like Hector like wants to make conversation clearly, but like also like has no concept of where you would start that talk, and also like Tom is clearly struggling, and so it's mostly just like
A little.
Hector feeling bad that like he dragged this this man on this like romp through the, I mean, first road, then a little bit more road, then basically wilderness at 4 a.m.
Yeah.
But like not want to say something because, you know, that would imply that like
Yeah.
Tom couldn't handle it and that would be rude, but also it's just great. The vibes, they're impeccable, by which I mean you both are suffering immensely in different ways.
Yeah, Tom is not like, he can walk. He does. He can. It's just the like off-roading is not something that he's done, I think, since the crash. And especially after the day that he had at work yesterday, it's not ideal.
Tom is not an all-terrain vehicle.
No, he isn't.
Yeah, so like I said, at some point you guys reach the trailhead, air quotes. Whatever footpath there is here is clearly fairly overgrown. But you know, Hector crosses the road basically, and you know, is like, all right, this is kind of your last chance to head back before the trek begins. It's not that far of a hike. It's
That's
about as far as we've gone so far, ish.
Oh yeah, that's doable.
I'm
already here.
Tom, at this point, I'm going to point out to you exactly one fact, and that is that Hector does not have a fishing rod with him. So there's that.
Well, I might just like sort of have noticed that. I think the coffee has kicked in, and just sort of like stare blankly at him and just be like, did you forget something?
He like looks over his shoulder at you and is like, "What? Did I?
Well, we're going fishing, right?
Yeah."
I mean, I guess if it's a shallow enough stream, you can like fish with your hands. I guess that's a
What?
thing I've heard about. Do you? Yeah, I mean, I guess I was expecting a fishing pole to
Well,
be somewhere.
I mean, I
really
told you
leave it
I only have one. So I.
Do you leave it at the stream?
Oh, yeah, no, there's a shed. It's, yeah, no.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Gosh, he just... Ooh, okay. Yeah, no, we're good. We're good.
Okay.
Scare
I
me
just
like
wanted
that.
to like check.
Yeah, no, it's, there's a rickety little shed I've just been kind of stowing my stuff in. I actually don't know whose shed it is, but it clearly hasn't been touched in a while.
Well,
And...
I guess it's yours now.
Yeah, exactly. See, it's, I don't know, it's at a pretty good little
That is
spot.
not how that works.
Listen, it's called squatters'
Very
rights.
confidence inspiring, Hector. Very cool. There's the shed. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so you guys walk in the woods for a while.
Great.
And then I say woods, because again, like, if, there might well be a trail here, especially if there's, like, a shed at the end of it. But Tom, you've yet to see a trail.
Hector has decided there's a trail here, and I'm just following him.
Listen, he found a good fishing spot. He's trailblazing. How about that?
It's his trail now.
But,
His trail, his shed.
yeah, at some point you guys do, in fact, begin to hear water. So that's a good sign. And then, yeah, the air quotes trail gives way into, kind of a little clearing, sort of. It's not really much of a clearing, but there's, like, enough space to, like, swing a fishing rod around, I guess. And there is, like, a little, like, rickety shed, true to his word. It's not like a, it's really more like outhouse-sized dimensioned shed, you know?
Closet.
Yeah, exactly. It's a freestanding closet that someone has stuck in the woods. It has a funny little roof, which is, like, swayed completely, and, when Hector opens the door, well, like, the bottom hinge is not on, so it, like, swings open, and he has to, like, sort of prop it against the wall, almost, to, keep it from, like, swinging into the doorway. And he pulls out a fishing rod.
Speaking of
Sorry, there was just a trade.
Yeah, no, I heard it. And
Hey, it's Frank's apartment ASMR.
true. Yeah, so, he, you know, starts fiddling with this pretty old, beat-up looking rod. He's doing some fishing.
It's time to fish. Yeah, I'm sort of just, like, watching. Presumably he knows what he's doing. I've
Presumably.
certainly never fished before.
Tom, as far as you know about fishing, he's doing good.
I've probably fished, like, once. There's gotta be, like, we went to, like, the lake out, like the country in New York one time. It was, like...
Kai, have you ever been fishing in your entire life?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I've been sailing, but not fishing.
Those are two very
different things. One of them is absolutely reasonable for this upscale college man to have done. One of them is fucking not.
Yeah.
You don't go up to someone's country estate to go fishing. Yeah, so by Tom's professional opinion, Hector knows things about fishing. He's fishing. You know, there's a fishing pole involved. It's great. It's perfect.
Neither of these two city boys know how to
Please
fish.
tell me there's bait on the hook. Please.
No, he did get that far. They do cover that one in the cartoons. You put the yeah. No, he's got probably like night crawlers or something. Walk into a trading post. Go, I want bait. Receive bait. So yeah, sun's not up yet, but you guys are doing some unproductive, by the way, fishing.
I believe that, yeah.
Do they catch literally anything?
No. Listen, sometimes the real fish you catch are the friends you made along the way.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to do the thing where you make friends with someone while you're fishing? Or is it too 4 a.m. for that?
It is it's probably 4:30 at this point.
That's probably closer to 5 at this point, but...
Mm.
Hector's estimate was Hector walking in the woods, not Hector walking 2 feet and waiting for Tom in the woods.
Yeah. So you... What's Connecticut like?
talk. Socialize.
What's Connecticut like? I think I think Hector just kind of laughs awkwardly. It was like, I mean, I guess depends on where you are. Not too different in the country. Pretty different in the city. Not that exciting, if I'm being completely honest.
Connecticut
Yeah.
does not have country. Changed my mind.
Naive.
It's Connecticut.
Have you
Yeah,
ever
it's
been to
Connecticut.
Connecticut?
Your options, much like the rest of New England, are city where things happen or fucking redneck middle of nowhere. The only part of Connecticut I've been to is the redneck middle of nowhere. There's not a lot of it, but it's definitely there. I take that back. I have been to Connecticut in the city before. I was really little though, so it doesn't count. I remember they had a lava lamp. That was pretty cool.
The most important part of any state.
What about you? Whereabouts are...
NYC, mostly.
Ah, see, well, that's way more exciting than Connecticut.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really see much of it. Mostly just was home and then went to school. And then moved out here. There were some light steps in the middle there. Failed law school. That was fun.
Oh, well, sorry to hear that.
Thanks, I guess. I don't know. It's the getting in a car crash and breaking my entire leg.
Holy
kind of.
fuck, are we trauma bonding or what?
No.
Tom's like, yeah, and my mom died, and then, you know, I had a depressive episode, and then, I was in a plane crash. Anyway, how was your Friday?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I'm
I
sorry to hear about that, too. Had a rough go of it, I see.
Yeah, I had a rough year. I say year, it was like a month. But I don't know, yeah, I mean, here is pretty good.
Here is fantastic. The air is clean. The views, oh, so good. And
Yeah, that's what I've heard. I haven't done much of the hiking.
just been enjoying, you know, being out here and away from it all. Pretty
Yeah, it's definitely
nice.
a good place to be. Not where everything is. Do you have much experience fishing? Or is that just a thing you picked up when you ended up here?
It's something to do to kill the time. I sometimes keep weird hours, so, you know, it's a way to catch up to the rest of the world when I have some spare time, you know?
Yeah.
Kind of figured how hard could it be?
That's the sound of Tom trying very hard to not make fun of this man's ability to fish.
Like,
Not that he
no,
knows anything
he does not
better.
have any clue that Hector doesn't know how to fish. Nice try, though.
Yeah. I guess I can see that. Is that, do you have some job that's weird hours, or is it just insomnia?
Well, I guess you could say it's my job. I do a lot of like night studies. You know, just going out in the world, seeing things at a time from new angles that, you know, people don't always see it from.
Huh. And that with you said something about art school. That's
Yeah,
nice.
yeah, yeah. You know, I kind of, you know, landscape painter, so
Oh, nice.
that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's cool. You don't want the rain getting inside? I think you should leave the window open. I like the rain. You should let us have rain.
The window is open,
Okay.
so it's not like you can get bad enemies.
If we could stay even remotely focused.
For anybody who doesn't know, Kai is addicted to rain, much like Maddox's cocaine addiction.
It's a chemical
Alright.
dependency.
Go off, I guess.
I'm sorry to call you out like that.
It hasn't rained since like
If we could stay even remotely
Yeah.
on topic.
I know how to make small talk.
Well, listen, if you have nothing else to, like, do here, we can
Yeah, I don't-
fade the scene out.
Yeah, I think that's.
I'm mostly
think
just
that-
here because you haven't said we're done yet, so...
Yeah, I have run out of thoughts. We have had a very unsuccessful fishing trip.
Yeah, and I
But-
think at the end of it, you know, as you, like, kind of go to head back up to your house, out of breath and extremely tired, I'd imagine, Hector is, like, you know, before he leaves, is like, yeah, you should, you know, come by sometime. Kind of still in transition, but, you know, I could, show you some of the stuff I've been working on.
Yeah, that would be great. You're just up the road, you said?
Yeah, basically all of early this week, I'm probably pretty busy. I'm getting, some mail, by which I mean a lot of, furniture boxes. So I need to, at the very least, try to deal with all of that before I have, people anywhere near anything.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I don't know, it's not like I probably won't see you between now and then, sort of, so, I can be in touch.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Alright, well, see ya!
Yeah,
And he
I'm going
heads
to
off
bed.
up the road.
I'm going to bed. It's like probably 6, and I'm going to bed. It might be after 6.
I mean, right around 6:30 is when you usually catch him, right?
Yeah?
So it's slightly later than that, because Tom is slower than he is.
Yes.
On Cynthia's docket for today is check in on how Milo's been doing.
Well, you
I
know where to
think-
find him, and he's back home now, so...
Yeah, I think Cynthia like definitely calls ahead to just like, hey, it's Milo in right now.
I think Milo, Betty, right? Betty Lawrence? Beth
Beth?
Lawrence? Beth Lawrence,
Yeah,
there we go.
Lawrence.
I think Beth, you know, kind of taps on your door at some point today. And is like, you have a collar. Are you In?
Miles just like, yeah.
Cynthia, the answer is yes.
Excellent. Um, yeah, and I think Cynthia will head on out to the bed and breakfast.
Heading on down.
Drive out in the old Thunderbird. I do mean old.
Cruising. Yeah, no, you roll up to the bed and breakfast. It's not like it's any mystery where Milo is in it at this point.
Yeah, I think, Milo gets a knock on the door if he's not, like, out in the common area anywhere. She probably spends a minute, like, saying hi to Beth first. Then, yeah. Milo gets a knock on his door.
Yeah. No. Milo reluctantly will open his door. No. I don't
Milo.
think he's very surprised.
Hello, Milo. How have you been? I figured I would stop by since I was in the area. Just to check in on how your stay here's been going.
I mean, it's been good. Not super exciting, I guess, but
How's Milo's foot looking?
I was gonna ask that also.
Well, I don't know, it's been days. So probably not great.
Yeah, it's been like 3 days, maybe.
I thought it was a couple more than that.
No, it's been 3 days.
Alright, cool.
Maybe 4 days, depending on what time on Monday it is, because it was like Thursday morning.
Gotcha.
So Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and now it's Monday.
I guess my question is that, is Milo doing anything to actively conceal the, like, splint or whatever?
I mean, if they just like, sorry, I have a cough. If they're just like standing at his door, he might kind of try to like prop it open and kind of like stand behind it in a way to, like,
Keep the Tootsie out of frame.
yeah.
Cynthia, no outwardly suspicious injury yet.
No outwardly suspicious injury yet. Alright. Yeah, how has your stay been so far? Have you been enjoying the surrounding area?
Yeah, I mean,
Found any ghosts?
not quite yet, but I'm still looking.
Do you have a next plan? Where you're gonna look? I could perhaps recommend another spot if you don't have anywhere.
I
Actually-
think mine was. Sorry.
I do hate to keep you standing in the doorway here. Do you wanna grab lunch? I could take you out somewhere. There are at least a couple of nice places. in
Never
town.
let them take you to a secondary location.
The ulterior motive is murder.
Stranger danger, Milo. Fucking stranger danger.
Oh, come on, it's Cynthia. She's a billion years old. How
Oh, come on, it's
dangerous could
Cynthia,
she
this
be?
random woman who just inserted herself into his life after he got, like, a suspicious emails requesting his presence in fucking Granton. Actually, technically Dellum, but whatever. I don't know, follow your heart, Milo.
What like time is it? Right
I
now?
want to say it's like early afternoon, like we're talking about 11 a.m. right now.
Early afternoon, 11 a.m.
It's fine.
Around about 11 a.m. is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think Milo might be like Um, I mean, to be honest, I already ate. I'm not very hungry, but like, thanks.
There's no way that's true. Um.
Also, did this gremlin man just turn down free food?
Well, yeah, but
Yeah.
he also turned down, like, letting this crazy lady know anything about his life at the moment, which is an important
Yeah.
factor.
I don't know, I'd probably go for it. Speaking personally as a human being.
No worries. Perhaps another time then. It's an offer always on the table. You, of course, know how to contact me if you need anything. Do you have any plans for this week?
I mean, pretty much just doing what I've been doing. You know? Just looking around.
Keep on keeping on. Well, I do hope you're well. If there's anything I can do for you, let me know. That lunch offer always stands. And I'm glad you're doing well so far. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Yeah, you too. And then Milo shuts the door.
Cynthia,
Mm-hmm.
you descend the stairs and are immediately confronted with a certain individual clad
Amen.
only in a bathrobe, clutching a cup of coffee for dear fucking life. There's like a moment, like you turn to go down the stairs. There's a moment of eye contact. He makes a break for his fucking boarding room. What do you do?
This man is just out of the shower. We'll let him have space for the moment.
He looks
I
like
don't
a
wanna
wet
cast-
rat.
I don't want to accost this man while he's like in the process of putting clothes on.
It's a wet rat.
Listen.
We'll make a note to maybe come back later.
Just hang out and have lunch with Beth, and then eventually
Ooh,
he'll
that's
have
a
to
good-
like emerge. Or you can go
Cynthia's gonna do
bother
that.
him.
Cynthia's gonna do that, actually. Check in, just have lunch with Beth. I feel like if she's not too busy.
I was gonna say, Beth is like working. She has a life, a job,
Unfortunate.
a bathroom to clean, probably.
Probably. But I think Cynthia maybe hangs around a little bit, make small talk.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then she's gonna head home. After that.
I don't think you could have convinced Mr. Jones to leave his room again after seeing Cynthia in the main area. So probably that's a technical decision. What else we got? Today, tomorrow, the day after.
Today
But
it's
tell me what day it is, so that I
Monday,
can put it in
right?
my notes.
Yep.
I know it's Monday, but whatever day you're doing things on, let me know so that it can go in my notes correctly.
Frank probably takes Monday off and just like goes hiking or something just to
Ooh.
pass the day.
We'll find the train.
No, he's not doing that. He's just taking a hike.
Howard.
He's
Listen,
enjoying
it was honestly, was he even not dreaming? Do we have confirmation?
Also, what do you mean find the train that is maybe somewhere in Delham? What do you mean? Go
No,
on
you
find
call
it.
up for the train. It calls
Yeah.
back.
Also, ostensibly, the train's gone by
Play
now.
Marco Polo with the train.
If you
He's
follow the tracks long enough, you're gonna find the train.
Or the
He
train
is
will find
probably
you.
like gonna just like basically whoever he makes small talk with throughout the day is gonna be like, Did you hear a train whistle last night? And
Who are
see
you?
if
Who are
anyone-
you finding?
I don't know, literally anyone like, maybe if one of his employees is around or if he goes to the bar. Literally just a person.
Yeah, I don't think anyone heard any train last night. If I'm being completely honest with you.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Frank is convinced that he just hallucinated it. He has a nice day.
I mean, at some point, Milo's gonna go spook hunting, but he
At
probably
some-
is gonna wait until his
I was gonna say maybe let the swelling go
Not
down a
like
little
that.
bit. Give it a
Yeah.
couple
No,
days.
definitely. But that's on his radar.
Anyone else have anything they would like to pursue?
You can go to bingo again.
Thinking about Matt today. He's got
Bingo
something
wouldn't be till
on.
like Friday night.
Yeah, right. That's more of a weekend thing. I'm not sure she's gonna get a lot more out of just like having conversation with Matic. At least not as things have been going so far.
Well, yeah,
Um,
but she's also just been accosting him places and acting like a police officer, so...
This is extremely fair. Oh my god.
It is pouring out.
That's
I
a
wonder
lot
if,
of
is the
rain.
mic getting any of that? I hope not, but it is torrential.
I am getting splat.
Open it like a little bit.
No.
But the rain.
Taking a shower! It's called multitasking.
So, perhaps what Cynthia would do is just like, maybe call Beth at the inn, or Maddox would never willingly give out his contact information to
Absolutely
Cynthia.
not.
Yeah, just call like Beth at the inn. It's like, hey, leave a message for Maddox, like, hey, do you want to just grab lunch or something sometime?
He doesn't.
Or like, I don't know. I feel like Cynthia's maybe a little more because, yeah, Maddox is not going to come if it's optional. Cynthia's going to be like, you are cordially invited to have lunch with me at this date and this time on like Wednesday. Please be there. I would appreciate it greatly.
That doesn't do anything to make you sound less like a cop.
True. So when did you say this is?
Lunch Wednesday, I think.
Lunch
Yep.
Wednesday. Where are you having lunch Wednesday?
What are my options? I know there's
There's a
bar.
diner.
There is
There's
a
a
diner that has edible food and a bar that does not.
I think it's the diner.
Unless you're cooking.
That, of course, is Ma's diner, you know. The little, like, down-home cooking joint that, you know, never really left the 50s.
Comfort.
Yeah. Unless anyone has any objections, I think that's probably our next stop on the old agenda train.
Yeah, sounds like it.
So,
Unless Frank has any more train hallucinations.
not at the moment. So, yeah, lunch on Wednesday happens. Cynthia, I'm assuming you're, like, punctual.
Oh yeah, a little early even.
Oh, Maddox not. That.
Does not even show up at all?
I think you probably reach a point where you have, like, just given up hope that he's going to show up.
And I feel like we're talking Cynthia, so she's been here alone for like an hour.
Yeah. When the door jingles open and he appears.
I
The
think Cynthia sort of
waitress
waves and
on
like,
duty, it, like, goes to be like, you can, you know, take a seat wherever you want, but he, like, basically brushes past her, walks up to your, like, booth, and is like, so you're paying for the record.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And he kind of like collapses on the sticky vinyl seat. Yeah, he's not doing so hot. He looks like he might have been up for a good while longer than perhaps the hour of the day would suggest one might have been.
I think sort of how this lunch goes isn't necessary. We're not asking questions today. I think Cynthia tries to make a little bit of small talk. I don't know how into that Maddox feeling right now, especially if he's been up.
I think he's
late.
giving you like minimal grunts of, affirmation, or whatever. How are you? Fine. What you been up to? Nothing much. How much more coffee do you want? All of it. This man blows through like 2 cups of, probably like barely coffee. Like it's like, it's coffee, but he dumps 20 creamers in it and mixes it with like a fistful of sugar packets.
So it's an ice-free frappuccino.
Yeah, he's clearly got something of a sweet tooth going on here. No black coffee for this man. But as sort of the caffeine sets in, he starts coming to a little bit.
Yeah, I think Cynthia's gonna just like, I don't know, I think Cynthia's talking a lot about, herself. Just sort of sharing like, hey, this is who I am and this is how I feel about things.
Like what?
I mean, I feel like this starts with a long-winded tangent reminiscing about, back when I was a kid and this diner, the good times.
Drinking in a van in the parking lot.
That's not Cynthia. No, I think Cynthia's sort of reminiscing about like when she was a kid and, going to this diner in the 50s. And just like, the interesting tidbits she's collected about the town over the years that she's been here.
I think his eyes are like glazing over.
Yeah, I don't know. I think mostly the point of this is to have like, from Cynthia, is just to have like lunch with Matic, with no other expectations or anything. Like if Matic wants to sit here and grunt through it and have free coffee, that's fine. Cynthia has has accrued a lot to talk about, especially with a fresh face who hasn't heard it all before.
I mean, for his part, he's not leaving. He's just not making productive commentary, I guess. You haven't really piqued his interest much. He's kind of just being... doing the bare minimum as you just kind of run yourself out of conversation topics.
What else did we talk about? The founding of the bingo hall? When the half of the Grange got turned into the bingo hall, that definitely comes up. What else would she talk about that might be interesting to Maddox? Potentially, like, people she's seen come and go through town. I think Mac comes up, just sort of in passing.
Who?
Mac?
Are you referencing Mr. Brennan? Whose name that is not?
Oh, do I have battle information on that?
It's Joe
I
Brennan.
I assure you it's not Mac.
Okay, cool, because it's what I looked back.
I don't know who this is, but
Mac.
he's not called Mac.
You're referencing Joe Brennan.
I'm referencing Joe Brennan. That is correct. Joe comes out.
I think at some point in here, Manic just kind of like looks up at you over like coffee number 3 and like a half-eaten donut, and is like, "Did you like Can I ask a logistical question?
Oh, absolutely.
Why am I here right now? Exactly.
I mean, I presume free food.
Well,
and also...
okay, listen. I'm paying for B&B. That includes meals. I'm asking why what is the point of this? Exactly.
The point of this? Does there need to be one? Besides...
Do you do things for not reasons? I feel like typically, the human condition is to be motivated.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like so far I've been asking a lot of questions and providing very few answers about myself. And I felt kind of bad about that. Just wanted to mostly just have lunch with you.
Right.
Nothing more. I promise.
Right. Okay. Gotcha. So, just so we're on the same page, I don't consider myself informationally in debt to you via this encounter. So, not happening.
Of course. I expected nothing of the sort.
Right. You're friends with that one bat. I don't know names. Lots of eccentric cardigans, kind of on the short side.
Magnolia.
Sure. You're in cahoots with her, yeah?
She's a close friend of mine, yeah.
So did she
Has
put
been
you
for
up
years.
to this, or?
Oh, no.
No,
It's,
no, or no, no?
Absolutely not. This is on my own behalf.
I have my own agenda.
On your own behalf. I didn't think you were particularly invested in the local gambling scene.
I'm invested in the local community.
Yeah, you keep saying that. I haven't seen a badge yet. Haven't seen, basically any documentation. I don't really know how hick towns operate, but...
It's a very unofficial sort of thing. Just something I've taken on myself. I feel this place is important, and I just want to make sure it's looked after.
Is this like an HOA thing?
I don't believe we have one of those here.
Gotcha.
So no? Again, truly, I mean, I absolutely understand your distrust of me, but I am truly here just
Not you.
because...
You calmly and clearly stating that this is fine and I mean you no harm or whatever. That's not conducive to me feeling like this is not absolutely some sort of thinly veiled attempt at something. I just haven't figured out what. If I found out tomorrow you were an FBI agent and I fucked up that badly, it would not surprise me. Lady, look, you poked around my car before you even spoke to me once. You followed me to the local bingo hall. You have stopped me at every single occurrence. You have waited outside of my bed and breakfast for me to get there. You invite me out to lunch out of the blue, non-negotiably. What do you want? I'm not like selling methamphetamines to minors. Like I
You're doing this for. You have a question. I have a question.
Mr. Jones,
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Again, I think initially, your presence in town, if I am being absolutely honest here, I found perhaps worrying.
Okay. But why?
Because we don't often have professional gamblers coming through with briefcases.
No,
cash in their
pause. You did not know anything about my profession or my briefcases until you started poking around.
I began poking around because, again, I found it a little odd, the circumstances in which you arrived. I can say I sort of have found myself.
So does everybody at that B&B have to put up with this shit? Like, what's the deal? Because I'm going to tell you right now what it feels like. It feels like I got profiled as a good-for-nothing. You snooped around, found some stuff that maybe you shouldn't have. And now you've made it your one and only goal to get to the bottom of what the good-for-nothing, lousy, the scum of the earth, whatever, is here for. Because you can't just leave it alone. Look, lady, I know your type, alright? Not the first time I've dealt with this sort of thing. I'm not going to start burning down buildings. I'm not going to start robbing the homes of your good civilians. And I sure as hell don't intend on staying here for longer than absolutely necessary. So if you could do me the solid of, at the bare minimum, making your snooping around slightly more subtle and slightly less my problem, I would find that arrangement greatly amenable.
I can promise you that. Before we part ways, I would just ask how one gets so good at bingo as to become a little bit of a local legend. Because I don't believe that any amount of luck could really make you quite as good at it as you seem to be. Especially not quite so soon.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Can I do like a read between the lines there?
You could, but you might want to do it quickly because he is slipping out of the seat.
Yeah. Cool. I think this is probably brains.
Yeah, that does seem to be.
No. Nope. I got a 4.
Yeah, no.
I think Cynthia just lets him go.
Yeah, I think that checks out. You don't really get a beat on him here and now. Or maybe you do just from the conversation you've had up until now, but certainly any sort of that last statement is, I guess, being left up to interpretation. Although I will remind you to mark experience since you failed the roll.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so he kind of storms off.
I think Cynthia pays the check.
It's
And,
not. Neither of you ate anything in the duration of this scene, so
It's a lot of coffee.
Yeah,
I don't know,
it's
I
a
think-
lot of coffee and like a donut, which you didn't
Mhm.
even finish. So
I think Cynthia probably got her own lunch at some point.
yeah,
So, like, finishes that, pays up, and then sort of moves on with the rest of an afternoon.
yep. Anyone else up to anything?
I think Cynthia would probably swings by Tom's for dinner every now and then. I feel like that's sort of
Do you
a,
drop by on Wednesday?
I feel like that's sort of a semi-regular arrangement. I feel like maybe later in the week.
At some point later in the week, I'm calling on my neighbor, whom I don't believe I've heard anything from.
Not yet.
I think
But he did
Cynthia's,
say he was going to be busy for the beginning of the week, and Wednesday is like still early.
yeah, I think like call Tom, set up like, hey, when do you want to do dinner this week?
But not Sunday.
How about Friday?
Sure. Friday works.
Friday for dinner with Cynthia.
Friday for dinner?
Yeah.
Cynthia.
Gotcha.
I feel like maybe like Cynthia's inviting Tom over to her house this time.
That makes sense.
We've had a lot of Tom comes to Cynthia's place. No.
Nope. Cynthia goes
Or
to
yes,
Tom's
a
place.
lot of Cynthia goes to Tom's place. So
Anyone else have anything to do as the end of the week creeps ever closer?
Milo does get shot a text from Frank that just says, "You're still alive, right?"
I think you just get a text back that just says, no.
Frank says, "Damn, wasted effort." And then sends, but still, don't get yourself killed.
Let's get like a thumbs up emoji.
Does Frank's phone even process emoji?
Probably.
It's a
It just
necessity
gets,
for
like, a
texting
box with a
teenagers.
question mark.
Well, no, like when you tried to text my grandmother emojis on her like flip phone, it would be like a whole string of
Hey.
corrupted characters.
Frank is not old. He has an up-to-date smartphone because he is not old.
Ah, that's very true. The finest youth money can buy.
You don't have to call him out like that. Listen, he's not 50 yet. He's not old.
True. tell that to Afia and Benno.
Yeah.
So everyone seems to be in one piece. Thursday is pretty uneventful by the sounds of things.
It's a week since Milo hurt his foot, if that means anything.
And Friday night sounds like the next time something's poppin'.
Yep,
Tom, you've got a dinner to head to.
I do.
Well, you eat dinner and then it's fun. Goodbye. Saturday. Like.
No, I'm in the middle of writing. I know where Cynthia's house is. I've presumably been there at least once before. Abby, please stop editing the wiki. You're doing a scene.
Don't worry about it. It's fine. Yeah, Cynthia's made
I'm on time.
something that is distinctly not pasta, or really anything sort of that sort. Tom's on time.
Yeah.
Mostly Cynthia just wants to know how Tom's been.
I
Like,
brought dessert.
dessert, very nice.
It's like chocolate chip cookies.
Yeah, I think this is sort of, Cynthia just checking in with Tom, providing an update on how everything's going.
We should
Bingo
probably
man.
actually do that because there's a certain amount of
All right.
what has been up with
What has
Tom.
been up with Tom?
What has been up with Tom in work, and he makes no mention of the fact that he's obviously exhausted.
Yeah. Cynthia definitely, I think, makes a comment about like, well, I do hope you get some good rest this week.
Oh no, I've been fine. Don't.
I mean, I'm sure you believe that. Nonetheless, the rest is good for you.
So why?
Yeah, I think Cynthia makes some very pointed notes that you know, sleep is good for you. You should
Tom
get
is ignoring the brown plate.
yeah. So
So what's been up with Cynthia?
What's up with Cynthia? Well,
the bingo man
well.
investigation.
ornery bastard.
Oh. Tom is like
Ornery
settling.
bastard? What do you mean? You've been stalking him.
This is Cynthia telling the story to Tom, not Bingo Man telling the story to Tom.
It's called a biased narrator.
Yeah. Yeah, I think ornery bastard.
I'm settling in with like. This is a tale.
We had lunch yesterday. It was not particularly pleasant. I can't say. I still have zero answers to what his game is with the bingo hall at the moment.
Well, I think his game is bingo, Cynthia.
Well, yes, that is obvious. But beyond that, I don't trust him to be playing fair. If you catch my drift.
You think he's cheating at bingo?
I wouldn't put it in such a rude way, but something to that effect. I
don't
am
know
just.
how you go about doing that.
I frankly don't know either. I'm having trouble believing that someone is both so immediately lucky upon, getting here, and also is so consistent about it.
I guess that is odd.
It doesn't sit quite right with me. But perhaps I've been a little overzealous about the whole issue. I mean, he has his own problems, obviously.
You do have a habit of not letting things go. which is, I mean, I appreciate it. I enjoyed having someone around to make food while I was, like gestures at the leg.
Yeah.
But I don't think he would appreciate, from what I've heard, I doubt that Jones would appreciate it nearly as much as I. We appreciate your attention nearly as much as I did.
Oh, and he's made that quite clear. So I don't think we'll be speaking for a while.
That's probably a good idea.
After lunch on Wednesday and everything he's been up to in the bingo hall, I think this is one where I am going to let it slide for a little bit. And hope nothing bad comes of it. I feel like Cynthia here is clearly frustrated, but trying not to show it. Frustrated? Yeah. Trying
I
to
think
pretend
it's
she's
probably obvious.
doing fine about it. Yeah. Milo seems to be doing well for himself.
That's good.
He's hasn't had much success in his ghost hunts yet, but I'm sure he'll find something sooner or later. At least something that he finds interesting. I'm glad he's enjoying himself.
Yeah, that is good.
What's-
Yes.
Any news with you?
No, I mean, you know how it is. It's work and more work.
Well, again, I do hope they're not working you too hard.
I mean, this week was a little rough.
I'm so sorry to
It
hear
was
that.
definitely the work that was rough and not
Yep,
going
definitely the work. Would you like some tea? I feel like Cynthia is like maybe clearing up from dinner at this point.
Oh, yes, sure, I would. Actually, no, I don't know that I can quite stick around. I've been hoping to get to bed early today.
Oh yes, I shan't keep you.
Well, this has certainly been an excellent evening. Um, Thank you very much for dinner.
Absolutely. Anytime, really.
We have dinner. It's dinner.
True.
We had dinner. We did it.
And what a dinner it was. So that's Friday night, which means it's Saturday.
Oh, actually, something else that happens on Friday is Frank does go and hang out at Wayne's bar for a bit in the evening.
Oh yeah.
If there's any like talk of the town gossip, he would listen in on that, but otherwise he's just having a drink.
Well, if you want to demand information, you can roll for that.
All right, let's demand information. I'm going to go reread the move.
Feel free to read it out loud, so that anyone has any clue what's going on.
Root moves in town. Listen in when you consult with the town rumor mill for the hottest gossip. Declare your source and roll some dice. On a hit, they tell you what they know, though their information might be biased or off topic. On a 7 to 9, they demand information in return. On a miss, they're oblivious or keeping secrets.
Give me them dice.
All right. Ooh, that's Snake Eyes.
No news for you.
There's no news.
Plot denied.
And less standing for you too.
Oh
yes.
Wait, do I lose standing for rolling Snake Eyes?
Yes.
When you fail
when you fail a root move, you subtract one standing.
Oh.
Basically because you're like maybe being a little overt in your exploration of whatever it is that you've rolled for, or because you are, you end up on the wrong foot with someone, which is why you don't get information, etc. I think in this case, maybe it's just like Wayne's pretty busy. So
Yeah.
like, you're trying to make conversation, he's trying to manage customers, it kind of doesn't really work out great.
Yeah.
Plus, I think as Frank gets a little bit more in his cups, he loses a little bit of his like good
Yeah.
manners. So it's just a little bit of a mess, but
He gets a little more than respectably drunk.
And it's a Friday night. I mean,
Yeah.
doesn't surprise me
Yeah.
that Wayne's busy.
so Saturday rolls around. It sounds like half the cast is sleeping in, so that's
Milo has an invitation to Frank's this evening.
Milo, yeah, you're probably feeling a bit better. Maybe not ideal, but definitely, like, I feel like at this point, your desire to go back to the spook house and your desire to, and your, like, physical injury, the balance has started to tip a little bit. Like, if you really wanted to brave the elements, you probably could make something happen there, this evening if you are interested.
I think Milo will show up to Frank's. Mostly because, like, free food, and also, like, I think he'd feel bad for, like, turning down Frank's invitation, you know? This man has done too much for him, and, like...
Yeah, absolutely. Plus, I mean, there's plenty of time afterwards for the spook house.
It's true.
Yeah.
Arguably the best time to be wandering around in the woods is when it's dark.
And you'll be on a
You
full
just sleep
stomach.
on an empty stomach.
Yeah, exactly. Plus, it's free food, so Milo gets out of the house a little bit. That's good for him. Also, at some point on Saturday, probably just early enough that like Tom is still a bit disheveled and not quite awake, there is a knock on your door.
No, I'll answer the door.
It is, believe it or not, Hector. He's
I did
here.
guess.
He's like, just kind of standing on the doorway. It doesn't look like he was particularly expecting an answer, but then, your car was in the driveway, so whatever.
Yeah.
And he's like,
Yeah.
hey, I'm, okay. I'm on my way grocery shopping, but,
Okay.
I figured I'd swing by and be like, hey, if you, I finally got most of my life together. The house is still a mess. I got distracted by some work. But there's something I kind of have been maybe meaning to show you a little bit. So like,
Okay.
if you wanted to come by later tonight,
Yeah, well, I was gonna say, actually, I mean, I work at the grocery store, so if you want, like, I mean, if there's not very much to show you around, but it's my day off, so, I don't know.
I mean, yeah, I'm good with whatever, so...
Yeah, here, let me just put on, here, why don't you can come in, I'll need to, like, get my keys and everything,
Yeah, alright. He like, comes and stands
Stand in the
awkwardly
foyer
slightly
while I
in your
get my
doorway
car
now.
keys.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm assuming this man walks everywhere. There's not like a car.
Oh, yeah, no,
was going to the
he's...
grocery. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, was probably in the middle of breakfast, but like abandoned that.
Breakfast, like it's not 2 in the afternoon.
Well, it's 2 in the afternoon, then it was probably a late lunch, but not expected company either way. Yeah, and just like, I know where the grocery store is. It's not hard to find. Nothing in that store is hard to find, but I work there, which is more than I have never been in the store.
He's
ever.
literally been here for weeks. You think he's just been living off of, like, spare cardboard
Ramen.
boxes?
I don't know. He said he was eating at the diner.
The diner, yeah, that's right next to the grocery store.
Okay.
Also, I want to point out that you offered to show him around a grocery store that is, like, one room with, like, 4 shelves in it. It's not, it's
Yeah.
slightly bigger than that, but, like,
I said it
this
wasn't
isn't a
much
Walmart
showing
superstore.
around.
It's basically a glorified gas station. But yeah, no, what do you guys end up getting?
I guess whatever Hector is looking for.
Well,
Um,
his hope was that you would articulate a desire for what you wanted for food for dinner.
Okay.
He also probably at some point explains that he has, like, just now got his gas hooked up, so he can finally use, like, the stovetop, basically.
That's good. Yeah, that's important. I'm trying to think of any food that isn't pasta, which is probably what Tom is doing too. Meat with rice. That is a meal you can eat.
You are thinking way too hard about this.
Yeah, some kind of pasta. Because that is called default.
It's all Kai knows how to eat
Yeah.
or make.
That too.
Yeah, you definitely have to do, some searching around for ingredients. As it turns out, Hector is vegan. So he, has kind of been struggling, in that department, I'd imagine.
Yeah, probably.
Especially if he's been living off of the diner.
Yeah, how do you manage that?
Lots of salad, I guess.
I guess.
But, yeah, so he's...
So this man is just Kellen who only eats Caesar salad?
Caesar salad has multiple food groups in it. That is more than
Yeah.
can be said for our boy Hector. Yeah, so, I think that's probably kind of the
I
vibe.
probably know some kind of, like, vegetable pasta. You can do that. So we do.
Okay. I think it probably takes a while to just, like, get all of your life together. Yeah, okay. I think once, I think once you guys are on your way back,
Okay.
Hector probably is like, also, you might wanna, I know walking's, like, not really your thing, you might wanna leave the truck here. My driveway, it was not kind to the moving van,
Oh, okay.
and I ended up paying quite a bit out of pocket for that. So in the interest of sparing you, like, a trip to the mechanics, I really need to get it, like, you know, some gravel or something put down, but for the time being, it's just kind of some pretty nasty, bumps.
Yeah, alright. I should probably put it back at home then. If you just, I guess, point out the turn on the way by, I can find it. I find the place.
Wait, I'm confused as to what you think is happening here.
Well, I'm driving,
Uh-huh.
right? So I was
Don't wanna go
thinking,
down the
yeah,
driveway.
I don't want to take the truck down the driveway, but I also don't want to just park the truck like on the street.
Yeah,
so
so
if
you're
I park
dropping it off at
my
your house. Uh-huh.
Yeah. Is he gonna come while we drop it off? I guess that's fine.
He's-
That works too.
What okay, for starters, your house is on the way to his.
Okay.
You know that. He comes
Wait,
down
wait,
your
wait,
road
wait,
every
Yup.
other day. Also, you drove there, did you not, with him in the vehicle?
To his house?
No, to the grocery store.
Yeah.
So why would you not just go back to your house, drop the car off, and then you can walk together?
I thought his house was between my house and the grocery store.
No,
but
he-
I am incorrect.
Yeah, he walks by your house every morning
Okay.
to get to the fishing spot. If his house was between you and the grocery store, he wouldn't go by your house ever for any reason.
Okay. Now that we've settled geography, now that I have learned geography again.
I have a map. Where did you think he was? That he was walking
don't
by your
know.
house every day. You can see the roads. Anyway. Yeah, so you guys have to...
Yeah. We'll put the truck at my house and then wander over to his.
Yeah, and I mean, like, it's, at this point, I think probably, you know, it's starting to get to be dinner time,
Yeah.
so that's, or maybe even a little later than that, because I'd also imagine, like, if Tom is really on the, like, you know, I'll show you around kind of thing, you might have taken a spin around just, like, the actual town, you know, pointed
Yeah.
out some of the stuff that's there.
That's the ice cream shop. There's a
Exactly. It's not like it's a long trek, but there's kind of a loop to
Yeah.
make, and you know, so
There's a little bit of town.
you guys
there.
have kind of basically an afternoon of it.
Yeah.
And so you get back to Tom's house fairly late, and then it's probably another like hour walk basically.
Okay.
Along road, and then like the most treacherous, overgrown driveway you've ever seen in your life. Because this poor man cannot afford fucking anything. Starving artist is real. So that's kind of where you're at. Milo, you have just finished having some free food at Frank's.
During Frank does pointedly ask Milo, "So, are you going back to the spook house?"
No.
I think Lilo pointedly answers, no.
Frank is satisfied by that answer.
Milo would never tell a lie. Probably.
He's a
No,
good boy.
This just gives him a moral out if Milo calls him again.
You said you weren't going, but I'm dragging you. You need help. Too bad. What are you doing there? I told you it was a bad idea.
So you have sort of a trek through the woods to make, if you're heading back to the spook house like you just said you weren't. But I'm assuming you drove out here, so I need to know where your vehicle ends up.
Yeah. I mean, like, didn't people? Sorry. Didn't people like call him out last time for
Well,
being weird?
He
for,
didn't
like,
get called out.
Yeah,
He does not know that people found it strange that he parked his van at the diner overnight and vanished for several hours.
Yeah.
But I don't think at this point any worse damage could be done than this is a thing that this weirdo does.
Yeah, because I mean, especially so since he didn't really like catch on to the fact that people thought that was weird, he'll probably just do it again.
Do it again, yeah. Well, I don't think it's gonna necessarily worsen his reputation that it's happening multiple times. It's just he's fucking weird. But yeah. I'm not gonna make you roll for it at this point. You've been out there a couple of times on your own. There's still a little bit of daylight, even. So, like, you're better off now than you were before. I'd imagine maybe it still averages out to be about the same amount of time spent wandering through the woods because your foot is not ideal. And there's definitely some hills and valleys to navigate, but, I think it is perhaps not long before you end up back at the, Granton spook house.
By the way, I'm just gonna note that Frank definitely now knows that Milo went because he could just look at the parking lot, like, across the street.
I
from his
was
house and
just
say,
gonna comment
"Oh,
on that. Yep.
the van's there, like it was last time he did that." Frank's not exactly sure what he's gonna do with this information, but he has it.
Pray he doesn't get another phone call.
Yeah.
What he has now is he has the indication that he should probably turn his phone off tonight.
He doesn't.
Yeah. Black moral compass, get out of here. So Milo, what's your, what's happening?
What's happening? Well, the window he used last time is kind of a no-go now, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
And the door is still locked.
Yep.
I mean, there were, like, other windows, right?
Yeah, there are
Or
several
they're
other
broken in.
windows. They aren't as broken as
Yeah.
the one you climbed through last time. You'd probably have to pop a little bit of glass, but, what
I
is
will
vandalism next to breaking and entering?
Yeah, they'll probably just go in somewhere else.
Do I remember the floor plan of this house? No, it's fine. Yeah, I think probably you just end up, because I believe the window to it would be your left, is just, like, closer to the staircase than the window that you climbed through originally. They open into the same space, but one is directly adjacent to the stairs, the other was, like, on the, further down in the room. So you're just kind of slightly to the left of where you, the spot where you can see all the freshly broken, floorboards.
What is that? It's so weird.
Oh, if we have to break for food, we can do that.
Yeah, I do need to. Relatively soon.
Yeah, maybe before the spook house
Yeah.
happens.
Yeah. Yep.
Before we have to haul Milo's corpse out of the same spook house.
Alright.
He dies and becomes a ghost.
I was about to say another spook house, but no, it's the same one.
Yep. It's the same house.
Alright, I'm gonna go get food.
Alright, well, I guess, to our viewers at home, we'll be right back. And by we, I mean all of us. I'm probably just gonna hang out here. How's everyone doing tonight?
Struggling with Cynthia as a character.
I'm gonna hide in the corner and eat chips. Is my current plan.
I'm gonna sit the fuck down.
But also get more water. Maybe, no, I'm gonna make tea. You have water for tea.
I do. There's even water in the kettle already.
How's chat doing tonight? Shout out to chat. My webcam can come with me. This is fine. Glad to hear everyone's doing well. This is a great angle. Oh shit, I'm tired. But in the like tabletop RPG is happening, kind of tired. Not real tired.
I don't know, I'm kind of real tired.
I wonder why, dumbass, up all night.
So,
Well, yeah, because I had a research presentation yesterday. So that was like a whole thing in front of like people.
disgusting.
And then I was like completely toast. But woke up this morning and prepped for this all day.
I've just been marching. Nothing but marching.
You volunteered for marching.
No, it's great. But it's like, sometimes, you know, you're waking up at 8 o'clock on Saturday. Question.
I will again point out you volunteered for it.
It's fine. It's mostly just like. So,
I'm trying to get in on a research project with my like computer science professor. That bastard. They're a riot. Yeah. It takes a lot out of you to like see someone who you're supposed to respect as a superior like dab in front of the entire CS department, including the new chair. Like, whew. They're great. But like, I don't know, I haven't had time for anything other than like screaming about the symposium, which is great, which is just so much fun. I want to do more. I want to stream art really badly. Like just like campaign process art, stuff you're not invited to because it's spoilers sort of art. But like I was like, I'll do that, and then I remembered that that's not good. Was not going to happen last week. I have hopes to do that at some point. We could also stream some draw pile. I think that would be fun.
oh, we should. I like haven't had any time recently to do like anything.
Yeah. I haven't. Well, like, okay, I say I haven't. Like, I'm not forcing. I haven't arranged that this would be. I say I haven't had time to play Deltarune Chapter 2, like I'm not playing Undertale in Chapter 1 first, before that. But Deltarune Chapter 2 has just been taunting me for, like, a day, basically. It's horrible.
I never played Deltarune Chapter 1.
Well, guess what? I'm doing a playthrough of Chapter 1, after I drag Kai kicking and screaming through Undertale.
Kai's not very experienced Undertale.
Not more than, like, the very beginning, basically. We played for, like, a couple hours last night, and now we're in new territory. So, he knows, like, the basics of the franchise, the stuff everyone knows, but not how good the game actually is, like. So that's something we're doing. Plus, neither Kai nor Abby have been present for me voice acting an entire video game single-handedly.
No.
So I figured we might want to, change that up a little bit. So that's kind of been something we started literally last night, and it's why my voice is like 50% gone already. No comments about doing any voices for any characters, especially not Papyrus. But I don't know, I might honestly stream like Deltarune and then both chapters. I think that would be fun, and also then we could all just vibe and watch it. Experience the games.
Yeah.
Plus, like, Deltarune's not super long. Well, okay, Deltarune Chapter 1 was not super long. I guess I don't know anything about Chapter 2, and I refuse to have it spoiled for me. But that would be cool.
Yeah.
Also, like, can we talk about how I'm not going to escape the re-entry into Undertale without doing fan art? Because I feel it coming. It's just a matter of time. And all I can tell myself is, like, as long as it's not Sans, it'll be kind of okay, right? Because it's like, I used to like Monster Kid, I used to draw Monster Kid all the time. And it's like 2015 me is just bubbling beneath the surface, trying to get out. Wants to draw. I don't know. I think part of it for me is just like wanting to see, you know, have that point of reference. Because it's basically been like 5 years, right, since I last did Undertale fan art. So that's like half a decade of art improvement. Oh, it was Tom, right? I think that's who you're talking about.
Yeah.
Is Tom, not Milo.
No, that was not Milo.
Yeah.
That was Hector, who recently moved to town. Wait, I can show picture of Hector. I have that option. Quick, everyone close their eyes in case I hit the show image button and it's accidentally a spoiler.
It's the wrong picture.
Everyone shut their eyes. Okay, good. I turned them all off. That's such a weird one to not be able to distinguish between the voices of.
Yeah, I feel like if anything, it would be me and Kellen would be the problem.
I'm also like sick at the moment.
But yeah, no, Hector is a sort of a new face in town whom Tom has been bonding with recently. They went on a fishing trip.
It was at 4 a.m.
It was at 4 a.m. And then Tom got invited out to dinner at the new house.
The man finally has furniture.
Parker's not that exciting. You're not missing much.
Rude.
No, but they're hanging out. They're vibing. We'll touch back on like domestic house tour once once Milo's done with a slightly less domestic house tour, I guess.
I think Milo's house tour is perfectly domestic.
Are you starting a home life with the funny ghost in the window? Like,
Milo just wants to make friends.
with the
Okay.
ghost.
There are other people. I guess you can make friends with the ghosts. My
That's
book's really covered.
pressed up against glass, you know.
He
He
does
was
look lonely.
peeking. I really hope I have time this week. I do want to stream art really badly. The issue with streaming art, though, is that you all are, like, banned from being on those streams. Which means I'd have to...
Do it like Thursdays at 1 while I'm in lab. Or just like whenever I guess.
Or
Well-
just do one like where
I think
draw
the-
file, just draw characters and not give.
Not, yeah, exactly. I think it would be, like, very much, if I'm talking about art at all, it would be the, process, not so much the content. Because I don't want to spoil it for our viewers at home either, but, like, that at least is, you know, kind of zesty. What is the dream but a romantic tour through the one-room grocery store? True! Listen, it's like those, like, cottagecore date ideas where it's like, go to the woods, go to the library, go to your local grocery store, have an awkward conversation in said grocery store for like an hour about what you're eating.
Neither of these city boys know how to fish, or presumably how to date. It's fine, they're doing their best.
I'm getting better at backgrounds. That's what's important to know. Things that can't go wrong in a small town. Listen. Of all the risks to be taken in my small town horror game, going to the grocery store.
Yeah?
Minimal. Let's say minimal risk. Unless you're gonna go like have a psychotic breakdown in the grocery store. Tomatoes. I mean, true. Tomatoes killed Nix's family. You gotta watch out for fucking tomatoes.
Yeah.
They're vicious.
If we learned anything from the Urban Shadows campaign, it's that tomatoes fucking dangerous.
I think that would be the real issue, yeah.
Yeah.
The lack of vegan food.
Listen, sometimes you have to get creative, and that's okay. Frankly, the second Hector owns a vehicle, I fully expect that, he'll be shopping a lot more at the, like, Height farm store than at the grocery store.
Yeah.
Not that they don't also sell produce there, but, like, it's kind of your one-stop shop for, like, or, you know, that good organic stuff. I'm excited for the next, I don't know, everything. I just want Moss to get going, you know?
Yeah.
We've had a good 2-session, 3-session ramp up. I'm ready for shenanigans.
Got to tease the train.
I did get to tease the train.
Train.
I'm excited for the train.
Train is somewhere. There is one. or else I've just kicked off Frank Smith's mental breakdown and spiral into insanity.
Why not both, honestly?
At some point I should figure out stream, like, background music.
Yeah.
It's just work. Plus I can't, like, hear it, so. A mouse with a real No, you looked around, there was nothing out of place. It didn't, run off with his cheese or something.
He's got a
It's a particularly haunted mouse. A particularly haunted rat was gonna be what I said, but then I'd be accused of that being, like, all my NPCs, so I just didn't even go
Yeah.
there.
And then you get the Urban Shadows reference, so that's dangerous.
Pring is just a particularly robotic rat.
Train's perfect, and I won't accept any statement otherwise.
True! Pring is also nanite goo.
He's simply goo and simply living his best life being made of goo. He's immortal. He's an immortal rat. That's all you need.
Yeah, an immortal rat for an
Something
immortal
with
boy.
man.
Your boy.
Sometimes love is an immortal boy and his immortal rat. Sometimes love is that immortal boy and Jesus also, but like... Listen, all I'm saying is that the Antichrist deserves a pet rat. True facts.
He does.
Dude, I want a pet rat.
Me
You had
too.
pet rats?
I did have pet rats.
Rat? What?
I had 3 for a while. They're dead now.
Ghost rats!
Yeah, they're all buried in my parents' backyard.
Ghost rats, ghost rats, ghost rats.
Rats
Rats
on
are
your
so
parents'
cute.
house.
I am also currently in possession of a Nutty Royale.
A what?
Oh, we were having this conversation earlier. It's kind of cursed. I don't know why they call it that.
It's like a drumstick, like the ice cream thing, but the brand they have at my dining hall is the Nutty Royale.
Okay.
Horrible.
Also, I like how we have questioned, like, how is Matic winning so often when literally, like, the first thing he said about bingo is, oh yeah, the whole rigs the game. Like, he said that. Those were words that came out of his mouth.
Listen. He says lots of things.
Yeah.
Including but not limited to, holy fucking shit, Cynthia, leave me alone.
Yeah.
Game solved. Ghost rats equal train. That's incredibly true.
Yeah.
Obviously, Frank Smith just has a ghost rat infestation, and there's no train to be seen.
Oh, damn.
Who you gonna call?
Are we all back? Is this a thing?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah,
I can stop eating chips
swear,
at any time.
the answer to the train whistle thing was that Afia wants Frank to get into the paranormal more so that they can have more funding. So it's just blowing a train whistle out front of the store.
One of those stupid wooden ones that, like, are like the kid's toy? Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's my headcanon.
I think that's definitely pretty close to reality. Go back where you belong. Alright, let's kick this bad boy back in the gear.
Thanks for dropping by, Katie.
Oh yeah, thanks for stopping in. Making chat happen at all. At all the silent viewers. So what
No
were
need
we-
to call him out like that.
Listen, I love and appreciate everybody,
Podcast.
but I love and appreciate people more who, like, give me something to bounce off of, you know?
I'm trying, okay?
Oh, alright. Hold on, my back hurts. But this is better for me. It's better for my energy. So, Milo, you are breaking and entering. That's happening.
Commit crimes.
I think probably if you think you're getting in another window, I'd imagine you came prepared this time to deal
Yeah.
with that, you know?
Yeah.
So I'm not
Milo's
gonna...
stupid, he's like, he knows how to breaking it too, you know?
Yeah, and he's not in, like, shorts and a t-shirt, so the glass isn't really an issue anymore. So I'm not gonna make you roll for it. You've pulled it off before. I feel like you can probably pull it off again, and better this time. And you slip into the Granton spook house. Looks pretty much the same as when you left it, minus the slightly bigger hole in the first floor. I wonder how that got there.
Whoops.
Who knows?
souls.
Aren't you part of the Paranormal Preservation Society?
Well, he didn't hurt the paranormal. He hurt a house.
Gotcha there.
You hurt the
Checkmate.
spook house.
You did
Thus-
you
We
did
have
kind of
yet-
fuck up a
Oh.
protected habitat. I'll just say that much.
I don't know. I feel like we have yet to prove that it's the protected habitat of anything even remotely spooky.
Did you see the picture that is?
Well, okay, yes, that's what we're trying to do right now, but current evidence suggests has not shown us that there's anything paranormal. I'm just saying.
I would call that photograph evidence, but go on.
So what do you do?
Yeah. Like, sorry, could you go over, like, where it kind of is, like, the layout of the house again?
Yeah, so on your left is the flight of stairs up to the second floor. Second floor. You're on ground. I don't know how floor counting works. The next story. There's a big fucking hole in the floor in front of you. On the other side of that hole is a door, the front door, which has, there's kind of like a fringe of, wood all the way around the outside edge of, like, floorboards that have not caved. All of it's pretty fucking rickety. There is a doorway, past the stairwell on your left into another room. There's, you're in sort of like the big, what might have been a living room, if I guess. Like, it's kind of like the big first floor space. Kind of hard to tell when there's nothing but a hole. And, like a walkway that you might maybe be able to pick your way around if you were kind of smarter about it than I maybe trust Milo to be. So currently your kind of your options are either you roll the dice figuratively on being able to reach the adjacent room further into the house, or the stairs are slightly more accessible to you to the second floor. Or there's the pit in the bottom, but last time we
Maybe
tried
don't
to
go there
investigate that, it maybe didn't go so well.
I think it was great. I think the pit was good too.
Don't worry, Milo will get to investigate that involuntarily later.
You don't know that.
I think Milo's gonna do great and not fall in the hole.
He better not.
He'll do his best. But yeah, I mean, like, the spook was in like one, like, yeah, like in like the upper level, right? Like in the photo.
Yes, yeah, it was on the second floor.
Yeah. So like, I mean, I guess it would just make the most sense to check that out first.
Yeah, you can go up the stairs. They lead to a small, like, little landing hallways, kind of generous area that opens up into another sort of big main room with another hole in the floor. Similarly to downstairs, there's kind of that slightly more put together, but still definitely after last time might not want to push your luck, like ring of floorboards kind of still intact-ish. And there's kind of a room to the left and a room to the right. And you're kind of standing in this, like, little landing hallway thing at the top of the stairs.
Yeah.
I will say, I I think if you're actually doing some looking around, you could probably roll poke around.
I was just about to, I was looking for my basic.
Because you didn't
research.
really
There's definitely.
do much snooping
Yeah.
last time you were here, but now that you've kind
Yeah,
of got
I
the
think-
baseline under your belt, that might be worth looking into. I do want to know what your angle is, though.
That's a good question. Did I make a case for Moxie?
I mean, you're here after falling to your near death last
Yeah.
time. I feel like Moxie might possibly cover these bases for you. Just sort of a, oh my god, there's a ghost, enthusiastic check every corner of, you know, the available space. I will say, if you want to push your luck and try and access other rooms right now, I would need a slightly different dice roll. But if you want to roll poke around, you should probably do that first.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna try that. That's
2.
Plus 5 plus 2.
5 plus 2?
And 11.
What?
4 plus 5 plus 2.
Oh, okay. Alright. I'm up to
Yeah, sorry.
speed now. So, what does that get you? Read it out loud. For the people at home.
Poke around. When you poke around, it's where you don't belong. Roll some dice. And then on a 10 plus, you get to hold 2. And you can spend those holds to ask, why is this place dangerous? What is being hidden or obscured? What happens here? Who or what has been here? And can I get a closer look?
So, you have some questions.
I do.
I will answer them to the best of my ability.
I guess. I mean, what is being hidden or obscured? It's a pretty obvious one.
What? There are things here hiding? Never. Milo, you do something probably in the next few moments that you have not yet done in this space. And that is get a good look around, including looking up. Above you is, 1, an intact ceiling that does not have a big hole in it. And 2, a trapdoor square with a little metal loop that you would typically, you know, have like a string or a rope in. There's also like a knot where the string or rope was. This house seems to have an attic.
Oh, we can go to the spooky ghost attic.
The excitement!
Spooky ghost attic.
I would like to know kind of your approach to opening the attic door.
Is it just like it just doesn't have a string on it?
No,
It's
you
just
can
kind of-
reach up and pull
Oh.
down. I just kind of want to know where you are when you do that.
Oh, great. I mean, what's kind of like... I guess, like, what do you mean by that? Like,
What do you mean? What do I mean?
No.
Where are you when you pull the hatch open?
like, below it, sort of? I don't know. I'm not gonna lie, I've never used one of those spooky attic things. I don't like when they pull down. I don't know how they work. I only see...
Given the
Um,
situation, I don't think you have much choice into where to stand.
Well, you could step
Yeah.
into a little bit into the room, you know, on the second floor, and pull it so that it's opening like this to you instead of like this to you, if that makes sense.
I don't think Milo's that smart. He's going to seeing a
Yeah.
spooky attic, and he's like, "Oh, pull the funny string."
Cool. You you pull a funny string. Milo, you're not prepared for what you've articulated. That you're not quite prepared for the horrific scraping and sudden movement required when you open the hatch and the built-in ladder descends pretty much immediately, which I'd have to imagine sends you toppling slightly backwards as this thing kind of comes down on top of you. I'd maybe mark a harm for like some bumps and bruises that occur. I will say that like the little hallway landing does give space between this and the top of the flight of the actual stairs, so you don't fall down the flight of stairs. But know that this is because I'm a benevolent person and not because I didn't think about it.
You're gonna put Milo back in the shame pit. Back in this corner.
He tumbles all the way down the stairs, hits the floor gives out underneath him, and he ends up impaled in the pungy pit basement.
Milo is back in basement jail.
No. You just, you take a little bit of a bop to the head when this thing comes down, and, there's dust in the air, and it makes this horrible screeching noise when it does that, because, everything's rusted together. Frankly, it's a surprise that it even still remotely works. But you now have access to the next floor of the Granton spook house. And by the looks of the dust caked to everything you just touched, it has been a hot minute since anyone's been up here. At least there's a floor.
Yeah. Milo will ascend.
Yeah, you ascend to an attic. It looks pretty attic-y. There's a lot, like a thick layer of dust over anything, like attics do. There's looks like some boxes and just general junk that seems to have been left up here. Yeah, it looks like an attic. There's like a filing cabinet that's missing a couple drawers. There's just some boxes of stuff. Some like furniture that's rotting away up here.
No ghosts.
There's some, no. Casper pops his head out of the filing cabinet. No, you can see like some, maybe some holes in the roof where, the now dark night sky is kind of peeping through. Spooky.
Well, the murder attic is neat.
I failed to see what about this attic makes it comparable to the murder basement.
Yeah.
It's like the whole house is a murder sandwich.
Like the middle two floors aren't both death traps. The whole house is a murder house. This is arguably the safest place you could possibly be.
Yeah. I still have another hole.
You do. I've been waiting, licking my chops, waiting for that one.
I'm trying to figure out. Like, I guess. Like, where what has been here would make sense, considering the folk I saw in the...
What are you looking for in particular to determine this?
A ghost.
Casper pops his head out of the filing cabinet. He says, "Hello, Milo! How's it going?" I died in 1860 of cholera. Like,
Milo, why have you wakened me, Milo? Milo, I was sleeping.
A spooky ghost pops out. You pull the sheet off, and it's actually the guy trying to sell the property. He would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for you meddling kid. Singular.
Yeah. I mean, like, the only evidence he has of, like, something being in here is, like, spooky, like, condensation on a window. Um, which isn't super helpful.
I mean, the window's not a bad place to start.
There's no
Yeah.
windows in the attic. It's the attic.
Wait.
I'm pretty sure it was one of the second floor windows that had the spooky person.
You all can see the image.
Not if I don't have it pulled up.
Well, I could bring it up on stream.
That might be helpful, yeah.
Oh look, he's still here.
Me too.
It's the ghost.
There you go.
Mm,
It's the spook house.
wow.
There's a little "you are here" arrow pointing to the very top.
That's the ghost.
You are the ghost.
Here, we can leave that up for a little bit. So yeah, what are you looking at right now for information that you crave?
I mean, he's like probably like checking out whatever like room that has like the window that was spooky in the picture, you know, assuming you can get to it, but like seeing if there's like evidence that anything has been like that someone's like been through there.
If
know?
I'm not mistaken, I believe that is one of the rooms, second floor obviously, on
Yeah.
the side of the gaping hole in the floor.
Oh,
So that's you would be pushing your luck to go there. I will point that out. Only because Milo has a pretty achy ankle to remind him of why we maybe be careful around the giant fucking holes on the floor.
yeah. No, I don't want to call it. I don't want to call it Frank again. Milo did just like eat a bunch of his food.
And tell him that he wasn't going to the spook house.
Actually, I think they both know he was going to this spook
Oh
house.
yeah.
I don't know. It's a good question.
You have on the one hand possibility of ghost. You have on the other hand falling into the basement.
I'll also point out that you're currently vibing in the attic, which you haven't really.
Maybe look around the attic.
Yeah, I mean, like Was there anything of like particular note in the attic?
Define particular note. There's not like a clearly rendered on a different layer items to like. When you hover over things with your mouse, it doesn't change into like the clickable arrow key.
No, I don't know, like... Because, I mean, you said it was just basically, like a bunch of, like, boxes and stuff, right?
Yep.
That sort of vibe.
So what are you looking at?
Yeah.
I mean, there's boxes! If you want boxes, there are plenty.
I mean, like, is there anything in them?
Yes.
Anything that isn't just, like, stuff that shit you keep in an attic?
What define stuff you keep in an attic? I don't know what stands out to you in this moment. What are you looking for?
I don't know,
There's some dusty papers. There's like, I don't know, probably some like photo albums, I guess, that are like all like moth-eaten and probably nested in by like 80 different kinds of rodent and or squirrel.
That's a type of rodent.
Yeah, but I don't know, when I say rodent, I think rat, mouse, not squirrel.
Squirrels do not deserve to be rodents. Change my mind.
No, I think you're right. There's like a broken chair. There's, I don't know, probably a lot of it's packed in like newspaper. That's also been shredded to bits and repurposed by local fauna. What was your question? I've forgotten.
Just trying to think of things to look for in the attic, but like
Have you considered rolling for such as poke around in the attic?
Well,
We've already done that.
There's still a hold kicking around. All I need to know is how you're getting information. Or ask me whatever your heart desires. The magic 8 ball says try again later, I guess.
sorry, but like
Well, what do you want to know? What do you want to know?
yeah, I mean like
You have a list of questions. What do you want answered?
alright, they bring like poke around.
You have a hold left. I'm just waiting for you to use it.
Yeah, sorry. Because yeah, because I mean, like, I wanna ask, like, for what has been here, but like,
I mean, the long and short of it is that it doesn't look like anything has been here.
yeah,
On the surface, at
Yeah.
least. So unless you're doing some, like... Some wacky hijinks to acquire this information. That is what I can provide to you.
Do you have, like, ghost hunting equipment with you?
No. Not to my knowledge, anyway. I've asked before. Our boy has a camera. And some faulty recording equipment after the fall, if I recall correctly.
yeah.
As we know, Milo is a fake ghost hunter.
The extent of Milo's like ghost hunting equipment is probably like a Ouija board.
It's not even a wood one, it's like the like foldable game board kind.
It broke in the fall and he had to tape it back together.
It's one of the ones. It's like the Ouija board.
Now he doesn't even
It's
have
like one
the
of
Ouija
like the
board.
plastic pink one.
He doesn't even have a Ouija board. He has that thing where it's like cardboard with like yes and no written on it, and you put 2 pencils on it. Like
Oh my
crossed.
god, yeah! Oh man, I used to remember, I used to do that all the time. That was sick. Cool.
Then yeah, I guess in that case, like what happened here would probably be my next question.
With regards to what? It's an attic. At some point, someone put some stuff up here.
Oh, not the attic, like just like the house in general.
Well, it looks like the floor collapsed. Probably, if you really had to guess, the first floor first, and then it took the ground floor with it. Milo, as you poke around the attic, desperate for ghosts, you hear something. It's noise you can't, like, quite make out, but it does seem to be coming from downstairs, and it's also getting louder. Almost like, footsteps coming up the stairs. So Tom, it is, you know, it's roughly, it's dark out when you, arrive at, Hector's house. I can say it's a big farmhouse, and it looks like every other house in the entire
I
town.
believe that.
Unremarkable. The lawns may be a little overgrown.
Mine is too, I bet.
Yeah. Yeah. You guys, kind of, you know, you get to wait awkwardly while Hector, like, juggles, groceries and, like, house keys. And when he opens the front door, you are confronted by just this fucking massive heap of cardboard boxes. Every shape and size. 80% of them have the IKEA logo on them. It's just like this mountain in the center of, like, the sort of, like big, like, the entry room kind of opens in the living room.
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically the entire center of this space is just this mountain of boxes. And Hector obviously, step one is like, okay, so I'm sorry for the everything. I just kind of haven't really gotten around to taking care of. Sometimes inspiration just
Yeah,
happens,
it's
and you have
fine.
to.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would say make yourself comfortable, but honestly, it's probably just better if you just wait. I'll go put stuff in the kitchen. And he like kind of bustles off with all the groceries to go, dump them in the kitchen for now.
Alright.
You hear some rummaging, like a pot is filled. There's a stifled triumphant shout when the burner turns on and isn't not working. Tick 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 boom. Yes. But yeah, Hector kind of comes out, like, peeks his head around the pile of fucking boxes, and I was like, I would give you a house tour. I mean, I guess we could at least, like, go upstairs and see the studio.
Yeah,
There's
sure.
not a whole lot to look at right now. It's kind of, yeah, moving.
Yeah.
I mean, you're, like, at least relatively new, right? Yeah, you get it. It's
Yeah.
just, I'm
Yeah.
particularly disinclined to be super productive, just in general. It's just like there's so much, and I just wanna work. So I kind of just unpacked the stuff I needed to do that, which is maybe not
Yeah.
the greatest, but it's just so much. He kind of leads you just around the massive fucking
Yeah.
pile of boxes. As you're walking, he's like, I mean, if you wanted to, you could build your own chair. Oop, watch your step. As he, like, kind of half hops over, like, a rug that has fallen into the, like, narrow pathway around the outside of the room. He's like, yeah, just, don't step on that. I mean, it's a rug, but, like, it's it's kind of
Yeah.
old. It's, like, a family heirloom. It's, like, for walls, not for floors.
Okay.
But,
Okay.
yeah, okay, yeah, it's just...
I will be paying attention to where I'm picking my way through.
But, yeah, you guys, you reach the stairs, and he's like, yeah, so, I don't know, it might be kind of a little bit odd, I guess, but I would feel bad if I didn't, like, at least show you, and, you guys reach the top of the stairs, and he, gestures at this, I mean, it's a studio. You can see all the, like, easels and stuff up, and, they're, like, a couple, and most have, like, sheets over them. And you can just see, like, where, like, art supplies has been dropped, like, just wherever is convenient. There's, like, canvases, like, leaning on walls, and, like, all the paint stuff is just kind of... Boxes are tables now, even though the boxes probably contain tables, like, that's kind of where he's at right now.
Yeah.
But as you're, like, standing in the entrance of this room, he's like, okay, just, like, wait here, I just want to make sure, it's not, like, I don't know, and he kind of, like, walks his, bobs and weaves between, like, the easels and stuff, and pulls the sheet off of one that's, like, back to you, so you can't, like, see what's on it.
Yeah.
And, he's, like, dusting lint off, and is, like, stepping back and, like, looking at it. And you see him eyeing the paints, because it's, like, could touch this up. Kind of want to just tweak that, even though it's done, Very much
Yeah.
like, showing people things is hard,
Yeah.
sort of vibe. And this whole time he's, like, rambling. He's like, okay, so it's a little weird, I guess. I don't know. It's just kind of like, it was one of those moments where you just kind of, like, see something and you're just like, this, I gotta capture this. So I might have, like, done a couple little sketches, and I don't know. I would just feel weird having, done this and then, like, just never showing it to you. I feel like that's, kind of
Okay.
weird. So there's kind of a scraping as he, like, turns the easel around. And you can't quite see from where you are, the full thing. But it is like there's like some forest and some night sky that's visible, kinda. And he's like, oh, you can come in now.
Okay. I
And
will
you know, you
continue
get like 2
picking
steps
my
in.
way through.
Yeah, you get like 2
Yeah.
steps into the room, and you can kind of see now that this is a painting of your house at night. And he's like, yeah, no, I know it's weird. But like, I don't know, it kind of like the way the moon hit the roof, it was like, yeah, and you can, you know, kind of, get a couple steps in the room so you can see that. He's just being like super awkward about it. As you, you know, kind of go in to take a look.
Yeah.
Oh no! Parker, do you see chat? Abby cannot possibly be privy to the Amore bit that, like, I went on last summer?
I only heard, I think, well, it was, you were at school, I think, because I remember hearing some of it.
Yeah, maybe it was
think it was-
winter break, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was when we were playing through, like, Mori, right?
Yeah.
Yeah!
Yeah, winter break.
Yeah.
Well, you started it before break, because I remember some of the, everything that was.
Horrible. Never say Amore.
Mori.
Speaking of Parker,
But I like Moray.
Milo, what you doing?
Yes, under the covers before his parents come to see if he's in bed.
What?
Like, I mean, seeing who else is home.
Milo, you make for the attic stairs?
Yeah.
And you begin the descent. And you see someone. You see someone, about to fucking walk into the giant fucking pit on the 2nd floor. Holy shit, do something, and first you need to pull it together.
Yeah. We love that for them. My dice. That was a 7.
A 7, so...
A 7. From 7 to 9, choose 1.
TikTok.
So like, how does this work?
You pick one.
Pick one? Just any of them?
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Well,
When you pull it
have the
together, you
option.
roll with your foundation.
Yeah,
On a 7
okay.
to 9, you do what the move says.
Sorry.
Man's single-handedly diffusing all of my tension.
I'm so sorry. Like, feed your drink with plus Moxie, you can either see something exposed or dodge away to suffer less harm for a threat.
Mm-hmm.
See something exposed, just beat him.
Seize the entity.
Yeah.
Grab him.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I like can't read. Yeah. No. I'm getting yoink.
Cool.
Better not pull a fast one.
You better pull a fast one, cause this fucker is like basically falling by the time you grab him. Speaking of, hey Tom, the floor gives out from fucking underneath you. And for a moment you are in free fall. Before a hand grabs the fucking collar of your shirt and pulls you back against the shrapnel that is the giant floor you are now falling into. The light of the house is gone, the easels, the art is gone, the entire fucking man who was here is gone, and you are now literally looking down into a drop into a fucking basement punji pit of shrapnel and debris. Held only by the scrawny arm of some completely fucking random stranger you've never seen in your goddamn life before.
Shit!
Welcome to Moss, baby! What do? I can tell you, Tom, what you do right now is you fucking pull it together. Because this shit's bonkers.
That is a 12.
You get both or +1.
I get both of +1. I can either wield a weakness against the threat or create an opportunity to escape and take +1 forward to cut and run.
What fucking universe are you not escaping? Can I ask that question? Am I allowed?
I don't know that I have any weaknesses to wield against this threat.
What threat? There's no threat, it's a hole!
No threat. The threat is I'm falling in a fucking pit!
The resource that wield against the threat is stable footing, so you don't fall into the threat of the hole.
What stable footing?
Stable footing in this house. Yeah, I'll create an opportunity to escape.
Okay, so I think you do that by, like, not being a complete fucking dead weight and scrambling out of the giant gaping hole that just appeared on the floor. Milo, I mean, the guy gets out, that's pretty hype. You still don't know what he's doing here. He doesn't look like a ghost. I mean, he looks like he's seen a ghost, but he doesn't look like a ghost. At this point, however, both of you would notice, that the house has opinions. The remaining floorboards, in the, again, Tom, gaping chasm that you were just about to fucking fall into, all flex and writhe, almost like, not even tendrils. You ever seen Monster House? Like that.
What is Monster House? Look at us.
Yeah, can I, like, scrabble as close to the wall as I can get and just, I mean...
Yeah, you're backing into the stairwell. You're backing into the stairwell.
Okay.
There's still a guy here. He still saved your entire life. But right now, this house looks like it's trying to come down around you. The wall that you have backed up into starts, like, shifting and creaking. You can hear, like, wood wrenching itself from, like, decades-old positions. The floor, the boards of the staircase are, like, starting to begin to rattle. You guys are on a time limit, and because as this is all happening, more chunks of wood start falling into the basement below. This sounds like it might now be a time to cut and run.
Cut and run?
Yeah.
So if you could both maybe roll that for me.
It's time to jump out a window.
I got +1. What even am I rolling this with? Sheer panic. That's not a stat. I think this is probably grit.
I don't know, I think your adrenaline with Moxie.
That's possible. I'm not great at Moxie.
This is not Moxie because you can't use Moxie to get yourself
reactionary.
out of trouble.
Yeah.
Oh,
Probably grit. This is probably Tom's survival instinct of wait, shit, fuck, no, I need to leave.
That checks out. Milo, what's your angle?
Right.
I mean, if you can't use like Moxie for this situation, I mean, assuming it would just be kind of like the same sort of reasoning, you know?
Yeah,
I'd probably
yeah, that
go
makes
with
sense.
it, which is less cash money.
So what are the
That
results?
I got a 9.
I got it. I got an 8. 8.
Okay.
Okay, so that's a 2, 7, and 9s. Care to
Yeah.
share what occurs?
When you make a break for it, roll some dice. We did get a 10 plus. We did not. So on a 7 and 9, there are complications. Choose one. Suffer harm, leave behind something or someone important, or your escape attracts unwanted attention. I think I want to go for leave behind something or someone important.
What are you leaving behind that's important?
Hector?
What? Hector's not here.
Okay,
You can't leave behind someone who's not here.
that's true.
Milo.
I could leave Milo. No, I can't. I don't think I can
That's
legally
rude.
leave Milo behind.
You can't
He
leave
rolled
Milo
a
behind.
9.
Milo's coming with you. Nice try,
And it
though.
would hurt my
Yeah. Harm then probably.
Yeah, okay, that checks out. Milo, you?
I'm just also gonna
Cool. I think as the house warps around you, and you basically just cut and run, down the stairs, the first of the, boards in the wall break free from the drywall, which, kind of, in equal parts, your trajectory is into them, and their trajectory is at you. It's not a comfortable experience, as, these boards, with nails and shrapnel and etc. involved, in their appearance,
Yeah.
create quite the obstacle for you. So you can both take 2 harm as the house fights back. Your path to the your options here are slim. When you get to the bottom of the stairs, the wall adjacent to you is making this an inhospitable position. Going towards it, probably not a great option. Unfortunately, that's where the windows are. Tom, the downstairs is just more hull. But you guys can see that one, all of the everything that the house is doing right now, the grinding, the creaking, the thrashing, has let the front door swing in slightly. It is open. However, to get there, you have to trek all the way around the outside of the room across a floor that is currently flexing and reaching under your feet.
Yeah.
So you two book it.
This is just more hardcore picking my way around this.
You basically have to jump over the place that Milo will recall Milo fell last time. As
Does
you...
it bear a striking resemblance to the place where there was a rug that fell over?
Oh, maybe it might. How would you... Wow, we're finally putting it together. As you make your way for the doorway, though, the entire house, dark, like it's nighttime, begins to emit this sort of red glow from kind of somewhere inside. No particular specific location, but just kind of an ambient oh no light. And right around there is where you reach the doorway. At this point, you would probably see something. Content warning, gore, etc. You would probably see someone.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Over the gaping fucking hole in the floor,
I
is
want to see Kelly.
Tom. It's Hector, but he doesn't look too good.
No, he
Uh,
doesn't.
His legs hang limply into empty air, clearly shattered beyond any sort of real recognition, barely contained within his brown corduroy pants. You can see where a bone is jutting out of a hole torn in one of the pant legs. Additionally, his sternum is wrenched to the side, and you can see that his left arm is fucking completely obliterated. And you can't see his eyes behind his glasses, but there is a moment before you step out of the house where Milo, this guy fucking freezes to look at the ghost. There is a ghost. You see the ghost. We crossed that box off the list.
There's a ghost here. Are you filming?
The camera's always rolling. This is Milo we're talking about. But Milo, this guy who you just saved the life of, fucking freezes. He's not coming with you.
No.
The house is falling apart around you and the ghost and this guy.
Yeah, I think Milo honestly just like grabs Tom and just like is like, this idiot. Like,
Milo, you haul this complete fucking stranger out of the fucking Granton spook house as the floor under his feet gives way for the second time. And as one tiny last fuck you, on your way down the stairs, one of them cracks under your step, and it sends both of you sprawling into the grass in front of the house. Behind you, there is a gust of wind and force and something, and the door slams shut, and you are both lying in the grass outside of a completely quiet, dark, old farmhouse.
The litany of profanity has not stopped. It's not even it's a litany of what the fuck? What the fuck is that? What? I don't think I even get up. I'm just laying in the grass, like, what?
yeah, I think Milo kind of takes a second to like recover. But
The two of you are like lying on your backs looking up at the slightly cloudy night sky, just pondering.
I think you might hear him say just like, I mean, it was kind of sick, like, not gonna lie.
I don't think I really even registered. I mean, I'm like, Tom is doing a lot of being in shock. At one point you hear, we went grocery shopping this afternoon. What the fuck does that mean?
Yeah, I think Milo might like look at you and just be like, who are you? Like, are you with like the kids from the ice cream shop? Like,
What? No. No, No. I'm
Are you okay? Like you were
Um.
gonna walk into the pit.
Well, there wasn't a giant fucking hole in the floor when I was there.
What?
It was an art studio.
Are you like? I'm sorry. I'm a little lost. I was here like a week ago, and I can assure you there was no art supplies. It's kind of just always been the whole.
I mean, I've never been here before, I guess, so I don't really have any point of comparison, but that was not. I mean, it was an art studio, and then it wasn't, and then Hector was all dead or something.
I mean, did you like know then? I'm sorry.
We went grocery shopping this afternoon. We were gonna have dinner. He painted my house.
A ghost painted your house?
Oh, I mean, I guess if that wasn't a ghost.
I like that Tom's so willing to accept that Hector's dead.
The rationalization hasn't kicked in yet. He's too busy going, wait, shit, I almost died. What the hell was that? Though how exactly you're going to rationalize that, sir, I would love to know.
I'm good at what I do. So,
Sometimes the answer is just a ghost.
well, yeah, but I think there's a big question here for Tom at least, which is when did Hector die?
Yeah.
Because it could have been just now.
It could have been just now. Maybe he didn't make it out of the hole. Maybe Mila didn't grab him too.
Well, he would have been too far away from Milo to grab.
Yeah.
So you two are just vibing, huh?
Yeah, I think Milo asked Tom, like why did you come here? Sorry, I'm like a bit lost.
I mean, he moved in recently, and had just gotten all his like furniture, and so I mean because I live down the road, in the middle of the woods, and so we were gonna like, I mean you've heard of a housewarming party, right?
Yeah.
Is that? I think I might like, and now that this sheer panic has worn off a little bit, try and see if I can look through one of the like windows, I guess, or maybe if the door is. Did it
Oh,
close
you're going
behind
back?
us?
Baby.
That Spectre playbook be looking good.
Well, no, I'm intrigued. So, Tom is
But
going
yeah, I think I'm
back
gonna,
in the direction of the house. Okay.
Yeah, I'm
I think
gonna
it
try the door.
You have to step over this decimated middle step up to the porch.
Yeah.
The door's locked.
Okay. I'm gonna knock.
Okay, you knock.
Yeah. Hector?
Milo, this idiot's gonna
Are
get
you,
himself ghost eaten.
Yeah, no, I think Milo kind of like, I really don't think you should go back in. Like, I know I'm one to talk, but
If I
I
like
don't know if
look
you're
through one
okay.
of the broken windows, is it still everything?
I mean, there's a giant fucking hole in the floor that you can kind of see. You don't have a flashlight, so you're kind of operating
No, I
on
don't.
dark. It's dark.
Cool. Who are you? I mean, like, thank you for saving my life and everything, I guess, but like, what are you doing here?
I'm Milo McCurry. I'm with the Granton the Granton Paranormal Preservation Society.
Yeah, I'm Milo. I went looking for ghosts, and I found them. I
You're
think
the
maybe.
you're the streamer.
Yeah, I do live streams.
You've heard of me?
Cynthia said
Milo, uh-oh.
You know, I think Milo made me be like, are you friends with her? Like,
I mean, friends is maybe a
Maybe.
strong word. She keeps like, she like checks in on me. I mean, I don't know that many people in town.
yeah. I mean, she's been kind of doing the same thing with me. I
Yeah,
guess.
it's a thing that she does.
She's just gonna keep showing up.
Yeah.
But
I don't know what I'm gonna tell her about. Because this definitely doesn't count as taking care of myself.
yeah,
Milo, could you not tell her anything?
Milo's gonna get putting ghost time on.
Tom is gonna get put in ghost time out. He went to the spook house.
It was on accident.
Tom did not voluntarily go to the.
No, Tom didn't go to the spook. Tom went to Hector's house. Apparently, that is also the spook house.
If anything, the
Stop it.
spook house came to him.
Yes, yup. think Tom is just about ready to, like, leave.
Yeah.
Man has several questions, but this bit of grass is not the easiest way to get that information.
Well, you're in for a hour and a half long walk home. Milo, what's your, I mean, Tom takes off in one direction, and it's not the direction you know of to get back to civilization.
Yeah, I think he might, like, ask Tom and be like, do you know where you're going?
Well, this is the driveway.
Are you sure you know where you're going? Because you also saw a house that didn't have a hole in it.
I mean,
Milo befriends the local schizophrenic.
well, it's just the house, right? So,
I mean, like, I've, like, been out here a couple times, like, I can lead you back to, like,
Oh,
town.
no, I think I'll be fine.
Are you sure?
You can
You're not
come
gonna
with
go...
if you want, and if I get terribly lost, then we could go your way.
That's not how that works.
And we're
I
both
think
terribly
this
lost.
is you getting more lost.
Tom is still walking. This man needs at least the driveway to be, like, real.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Milo might just, like, follow behind him. I think he's kind of afraid that this man is gonna go, like, walk
Die
off
in
with
the
other,
woods?
like, dead people.
Yeah. Well, Tom, the walk home hasn't changed much since you last walked it.
Sounds good.
So you roll up to your house, and for a couple moments, you see it, and it is. I mean, the moon's in a slightly different phase, but it's just like that picture, the painting.
Yeah.
You can see, like, just like right here, as you're coming down sort of the hill towards your house.
Yeah.
This is like exactly the right angle.
Cool. Is it, like, enough of a different phase that, like, it could have been painted in the last, like, week or so? Or has the moon, like, drastically changed?
I think it's pretty safe. I mean, it's pretty different, I guess.
Okay. So, like, that painting was probably not done off of a recent view of my house.
No,
The
yeah,
moon
probably
changes.
not.
It could be a month ago. You never know.
Could be a month ago. But yeah, Tom, you get home. Milo has trailed you all the way here.
Hey, the driveway worked. Did you look at that?
Yep. Like, I think I'll probably, like, stop in my driveway and, like, notice that Milo is still there and be like, I mean, this is me.
Are you gonna be good? You seem a little.
Uh.
Ah, come on. Always use one little ghost and...
Yeah, but I think Milo might at that point just be like, I mean, alright, I guess,
Cool. I'm going
Don't-
in my house.
yeah, don't, walk into any more pits,
Oh,
please. It's not very good for you.
no, it isn't.
Milo checks Tom's house for floor holes. Nah. So, Tom heads back to Tom's house. Milo, this road spits you out on the main drag. You actually use part of it to get to the part where you would walk into the woods to get to the spook house. So that makes sense. So it's not long before you're back at your, van in the dining parking lot. Frank is like on the hood drinking. He's
I'm really
waiting for
debating
you.
saying that. I'm debating saying that. You know what he is? Frank is standing by the van. Just there. He's probably drinking like a Red Bull or something to keep him up.
So, how'd it go?
Yeah. I think Milo walks up and he's like, "So how's the spook house? You didn't die. You didn't almost die this time, so yeah, there's some improvement."
Actually.
I
Matt
actually
did take
don't.
like three harms, so he would be a bit beaten up. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the both of you, like, Tom, that sweater did not survive the encounter.
I'm sure it didn't.
Milo's looking a little roughed up.
All right, Milo. Frank looks you up and down and goes, "Right, all right." Kind of just grabs you by the collar and starts pulling you towards the ice cream shop.
This is a kidnapping.
This is a kidnapping where you get bandages and
Milo's
wounds
like-
cleaned.
I think Milo's kind of like, I'm okay, like, and fall down pit this time. But he also like doesn't really fight you a whole lot. He doesn't have the energy.
Yeah, you're getting dragged into Frank's apartment and given first aid.
Yeah,
And he's like,
Milo reluctantly accepts it.
"So, if you didn't fall out in the pit, how'd you get these?"
Ghosts.
And the pit tried to eat me.
The house kind of fought that.
Eyebrows raised. The house fought back. Well, I guess it fought back pretty well the first time. It did actually beat you the first time you went, so I wouldn't guess not super surprised.
Yeah, but like the floorboards definitely weren't moving in the right way.
The floorboards were moving.
And the walls.
Oh.
Yeah, I can kind of see where it gets. The spook house is a very fitting name.
Yeah. On a totally unrelated note, so who's your dealer?
Totally unrelated.
think it's at this point. That Milo remembers that he was filming.
Want to run that tape back for me, Chief?
Because right now Frank's like, okay, this kid's addicted to shrooms.
Going out to the spook house, tripping balls where no one can find you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. No, but I think he's like, wait. He starts like grabbing shit. And probably goes back through what he recorded.
I mean, the footage is pretty damn shaky, but
Yeah.
you do get a couple of pretty clear frames of
Red.
a red funny man, crooked boy.
Frank's gonna look at it and he's gonna go, huh. Well, didn't I see that guy once on the street or something? That's certainly something. Well, looks like you
Yeah.
got some good content for your, like, MySpace or whatever.
Frank, you're killing me! MySpace was on its way out. It's 2014.
Yeah, it's 2014, I'm allowed to make MySpace jokes.
Yeah, I think that was like, there was this like other guy there too, and he was being like really weird. He like almost like walked into the pit.
Oh, he
then
was
after
being
that-
really weird. You, the person poking around the dangerous house that is apparently actually haunted, it was being the normal one.
Well, they were both poking around the haunted house.
Describe poking around the haunted house.
But like,
I-
almost falling into, like, based on the borderline of normal that is yourself, poking around the haunted house and falling into the pit would be pretty normal.
Well, I mean, I like knew. I mean,
That
I,
it was
I knew I was
fun?
looking for ghosts. He was just like talking about like going to like a housewarming party.
Huh. Well, I wonder who's. So, was that guy your dealer or something? Anyways, if you want to drive back to that bed and breakfast, go for it. If not, you know how my couch feels. I've already stayed up too late. Frank goes to bed.
Yeah, I think Milo will probably also head back home.
Everybody passes the fuck out.
Tom does it. Tom does not.
Tom
pass
lays
out.
awake and stares at a ceiling until daylight. Welcome to today, which is Sunday morning. So, Tom, you got work, right?
Typically, but yeah. I was, I think, going to say that Tom is, I don't know that he actually did much laying around. I think he dug out everything at the bottom of that closet. And didn't sleep much. Probably didn't learn anything new. And probably wasn't making a very good effort of it either because his hands were definitely still shaking. But yeah, um, how's um Sunday morning around 6 or 6:30?
I mean, it's Sunday morning.
Any?
You have work to do.
Yeah. I'm definitely waiting to leave until like 6:30 or 6:45, which will probably make me late. But I gotta know.
Gotta know what?
Is man?
I mean, if you wait that long, uh, you don't really see a whole lot. It's just kind of a quiet morning.
Okay. Yeah, I probably leave at like 7, which definitely makes me late for work.
Yeah. And you get properly chewed out for it.
Yep.
Because you also look fucking exhausted.
Yeah.
And I feel
I
like
don't do
Tammy is a
very
lot
well
more
at work.
inclined to assume that this is because you went on a bender or something rather than you spent all night ghost hunting question mark.
Yeah. I don't have any better excuse.
I feel like
I don't
Tom's not
offer any better excuse either. I'm not the most productive at work.
Are you ever?
But like
yeah.
even less than
Yeah.
usual. Yeah.
What about the rest of you?
I'm curious, did Milo spend the night in Frank's apartment, or did he go back to the bed and breakfast?
I think he went back to the
Yeah.
bed and breakfast. He
Alright.
wasn't like injured enough to feel like he had to stay on Frank's couch.
Yeah. Yeah, so Frank kinda has a normal morning, I guess.
I think Milo sleeps in real late. And then probably spends the rest of the day mostly just like going over his footage.
I mean, you got some good stuff.
Yeah, no.
Oh, also, Milo, before you left, Frank would have told you you are legally obligated to show that to Afia at some point.
Oh, I was expecting the exact opposite of what you just said.
Listen, she'll want to see it.
Yeah!
She's
What
probably
happened
not-
to Milo the grown man when he saw it in person?
Yeah, so she's probably not dumb enough to go look at it herself. If she sees the footage, then she won't have
They
to
were
see
dumb
it.
enough to go there in the first place alone unsupervised at night.
Listen, Afia's gonna see it, whether Frank does anything or not. This knowledge is not something that's gonna be kept a secret.
Cynthia's the only one kind of not in the loop with this whole thing.
Please keep it that way.
Cynthia, it's Sunday. Cynthia's knitting club.
True.
I'm not sure she has any particular objectives for this besides, unless anybody's got any hot gossip. Cynthia's at knitting club.
Yeah, I don't think anyone really at Knitting Club has a whole lot going on. There's not a whole, it's pretty par for the course. I think the only thing that would really be notable is that, like, Ella Rose still doesn't look like she's doing real hot, but when does she ever? So, yeah,
Cynthia probably,
it's kinda
like,
that.
brings it up. Doesn't really push if she's sort of.
Yeah, no, she's like,
about
she says she's fine, so she's good. Anyone else got anything fun to do?
Thoughts. Where would, like, city records be kept?
I'm gonna need you to rephrase that question.
City is
No, wait, shit like newspapers and land ownership documents, and is that the kind of thing I would even be able to find?
How familiar are you with Granton?
Mr. just moved here.
You're almost a year ago.
Do you have an idea of where you would look?
I know who has an idea where to look.
Cynthia probably knows where to look. Cynthia probably could have 1,000 ideas of who to talk to get you this information. What I'm asking is, do you, Tom, know where the country bumpkins keep their funny paper?
Well, I know who to ask. After I get out from work and have, like, gotten home, I'm gonna call Cynthia.
Heck yeah. Cynthia, I think, if you're done with work, Cynthia's definitely finished with knitting club. So yeah, Cynthia picks up.
Hi, Cynthia. How was your day? How was knitting club?
Oh, you know, the usual. Ella Rose still evasive as ever. But all in all, everyone's doing well. How have you been?
Yeah, I've been good. You know, you were talking a couple weeks ago about, like, how I needed to get more hobbies.
Oh yeah.
I was thinking actually about, like, looking a little bit into, like, local history, since I'm living here now. I know you have been around a lot and you have so many stories that you can tell, but I was thinking a little further back than that, maybe. Do you know, I guess I'm wondering where the best place would be to find, like, I don't know, old newspapers or something like that?
I think you hear a little like laugh from the other side, like, yeah. It's an unusual hobby, but I can definitely point you.
Well, I mean, you know, the history degree is kicking back in.
Of course, of course. Does Tom have a history degree?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Just double checking there.
That's his undergraduate degree is in history.
Hasn't he failed
You've
lots?
probably heard.
Oh yeah, Cynthia. There's no way Cynthia wouldn't know.
Yeah.
That.
But this is not a lie.
Kellen, where would the best place to get that information be?
If you're looking for town records, you'd probably just want to go to town hall. They keep them in the basement. The town clerk would probably know where to find basically anything he's looking for.
Who's the town clerk?
Do you know?
I would be surprised if Cynthia.
This is Cynthia we're talking about.
Well, yeah, but also she's been kind of on her own, doing her own thing for the last like decade, basically. So if it's someone
I
hired
like...
slightly before then, you might not.
I feel like this is someone Cynthia would know, even maybe not well, but like has definitely been in once or twice in the last couple of years or so.
Just because she likes to know everyone in town.
Yeah, also, you know, just to catch up one day.
I will also say if Cynthia's like going with Tom on this could be a role. So that's something to keep in mind.
Like
a fancy meeting you here role.
I don't think you have.
I don't have fancy meeting you here.
Well.
That's a town move. I am beyond.
Yeah, so Cynthia, then you probably at least know of, because I guess my point of confusion is, I don't know how much Cynthia keeps up with, like, town politics.
No,
That's
I think
barely
what
a
this
thing.
is mostly just like a Cynthia's like, oh yeah, you should head down to the records, and this is the person that works there.
Yeah.
It's in the basement. They keep all the records in the basement of the town hall.
Yeah. The town clerk, by the way, as of probably like the mid-90s, is Sean Durkee.
Sean Turkey?
Durkee.
Sean?
SHAWN space capital DURKEE. Technically have art of him, but it's like not cropped out of a lot of like very early Moss character art, so
Yeah,
at some
I think,
point we'll be able to see him.
I need to stop trying to write county clerk. He's a town clerk.
True.
He's like the only person who works in the town hall.
But well, no.
There's
Technically
probably a
there
mayor.
are other people who work there. If on any given day you walk into the town hall, you're gonna have like maybe a secretary around, and guaranteed to you, Mr. Durkee.
Well, if you're looking for that sort of historical record, they keep it in the basement of the town hall. You'll want to talk to Mr. Durkee, the clerk there. He should be able to help you find what you need. Anything in particular you're looking for?
No, I guess I'm just sort of trying to like get an idea of what there is to start with. Maybe I'll find something interesting while I'm down there. God, I fucking hope I find something interesting while I'm down there. I have a very specific. This one was a lie. Do you have any? Are you lying moves?
I have read between the lines. Everyone has that one.
Yeah.
Can I read between the lines?
Do you care enough? It's Tom, of course you do. Tom is doing something out of character.
Yeah, this is. I mean, like, it's not necessarily unreal. It's just a little weird for Tom. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and try to read between the lines here. I think this is definitely Soul because this is Cynthia cares about Tom.
Yeah.
Okay, I got a 9 on a 7 to 9. I hold 1. What's your motive for this? Ooh, hey, fancy ghost. Hello.
He's gone now. We put him away.
What's your motive for this? Yeah. Any particular reason?
No, I mean, like, well, no, I have to. Well, this has to be, like, true, right?
True as Tom understands it, right?
So,
Right?
because this is a move, so I can't like lie and disseminate my way out of this one.
Yeah, she gets answers if she gets answers.
Okay.
I'm not sure, like, this would necessarily be Tom, like, oh, I saw a ghost, but this is, like...
Yeah.
I feel like maybe what happens here is, like, Tom, I think, sort of maybe tries to brush her off a little bit, like, you know, oh, it's fine.
Yeah, something like. I mean, I think Tom just says, oh, you know, I've been. I mean, Hector invited me over to his house yesterday, and it was like an old house, and so I mean, there's a lot of old houses around here, and it's just sort of, I mean, you know, the history degree. I guess I just wanted to know sort of like what the kinds of people were that lived around here, and if they got up to anything interesting. I've heard of like some old houses out in the woods that are like a little falling down and maybe have some kind of like tragedy at one point. So it's just, I don't know, getting a lay of like seeing what there is.
You know, now that you bring that up, I feel like you're piquing my interest too, because obviously the history of this town is something I'm quite interested in. Perhaps we can make a thing of it.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
Tom runs
maybe
into
once
what
I'm
Milo and Matic before him have both encountered, which is when Cynthia suggests a thing and you can't say no without being more suspicious.
You know, I'm really just trying to figure out exactly. I don't expect to find anything the first time I go. It's just a lot of like organization, trying to sort things. I don't know how well they take care of their records here, but I have seen some disorganized records in my time.
How do they keep their records? Is there a vibe on the like record place?
Have you?
Other than in the basement of the
Other than-
I don't. Have
Oh,
you
yeah.
been there? Have you
Cynthia's
met Sean
been,
Durkee?
again.
These are questions.
I think again, like once. I think is sort of Cynthia has met Sean Durkee once and been there once, basically.
Well, I mean, then you'd probably, at the bare minimum, remember that, like, Sean Durkee is very, like, excited about his work. Kind of his...
That's the recollection that's sort of stuck with Cynthia.
Yeah. He's a very... enthusiastic about local history in general.
Well, many hands make light work.
There it is. I was waiting for that one. I don't know if I'm gonna find anything. Well, guess what? The two of us might find something more faster.
And I mean, given that my familiarity with this area, perhaps the two of us could find more answers than you alone.
Oh yeah, sure.
Hook,
that
line, and
sounds good.
sinker, Timothy.
I
Hook, line,
have,
and sinker.
I have tomorrow off. I mean, you know what Sundays are like. It's always busy, and I always like, you know, have a night, especially because I haven't been getting that much sleep lately. Pretty tired today, if I'm being honest. But I have Mondays off, so maybe something tomorrow afternoon.
That sounds lovely. Do you have a particular time, or?
I don't know, just sometime in the afternoon. I can call you tomorrow morning once I'm like, you know, awake, because I expect I'll sleep in.
All right. I will await that phone call. Anything else? You wanted to talk about?
No, well, thank you for the information. And I'll see you tomorrow. And I hang up.
Cynthia, what's the vibes?
I feel like there's perhaps been a recent development in Tom's life that has him a little skittish. Why? But yeah, there's been a recent development in Tom's life that's got him a little spooked. And he doesn't seem particularly inclined to talk about it a lot at the moment.
Yeah, well, that's true enough.
I'm trying to remember what the last time that I made plans to do something with Abby's character and then proceeded to go early was. Because I know it's happened before.
Yeah, and it has basically never
Literally
gone well.
Literally the entirety of Sam. That's just all Sam did.
The last time Sam and Nix made plans, Sam ended up in hell.
True.
No, but there was definitely like I had something that I was doing and I like scheduled it far out so that I could go before.
And then Sam died on the walk to Nix's apartment.
No, it was,
Sam just did this multiple times. You guys are confusing the several times Sam did it.
Yeah, no, Sam has absolutely done it
There's
several
one
times. I
thing
think
I
there was one,
definitely-
it was like the church, I think, was
Yeah.
when he went ahead
Oh,
before.
right, because they had the whole thing.
Anthony, I'm.
You are not audible when you do that.
I said it was
when
when-
I killed Anthony.
Yeah, it was when
I
you
bet.
killed Anthony. When
Yeah.
I said it's never gone well, that was in particular what I was referencing.
I was trying to figure out exactly.
I'm sure this one's gonna go fine. It's just a bunch of records. How bad could it get?
Yeah.
Knock on wood.
Yeah.
You're also, however, dealing with Cynthia, who, unlike Nyx, shows up to things early.
That's true.
True.
I mean, I scheduled it for tomorrow afternoon, and it's only like 4, or probably 4:30 at this
Yeah.
point. I don't know how late the county, not county, the town hall is open. But probably until at least 5, I hope.
On a weekend?
True,
Also, is
it
Tom
is
gonna
a
be
link.
that asshole that
Frankly-
shows up like 5 minutes before they close?
Frankly, I doubt it's open.
Yeah,
Tomorrow's
that's true.
Monday.
Yeah, tomorrow is Monday.
Sunday is the Lord's Day.
The Lord of Knitting's Day.
Yep.
Also
should
the
probably
regular
get,
Lord's
like,
Day. The Lord of the Granton Methodist Church is a day.
I probably get like out the door and I'm like halfway into getting into my truck when I go, wait, shit, it's Sunday.
Yeah.
And then like slink back inside my house,
Got him.
disappointed.
Anyone
get
else got
gone.
anything to do before we go digging through town records? I ask only because Tom did mention kind of specifically what he was looking for, so I don't know if Cynthia was gonna put out feelers beforehand to maybe make their search more productive.
A tragic accident in the middle of the woods.
Right, but that's what the records are for,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, but like, he seemed concerned that he wasn't gonna find anything useful. That's all.
Is that like, is there a library anywhere near Granton?
No.
That's what they have the town hall for.
Good to know.
If there was a library, the records would be in the library.
Right.
You do know people, though.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting this was gonna be a...
I don't know, I'm just thinking, like, how would Cynthia go about getting her information? And you're right that it's people.
That's what Cynthia does.
That's what Knitting Club is for.
That's what Knitting Club is for. I think, but Knitting Club just happened.
Yeah.
But you know where everyone
but I know where they
in Knitting Club
live. So perhaps we're gonna swing by Maggie. I feel
Maggie. We're gonna talk to Maggie about horrible death in the forest. Alright.
Yeah. Listen.
I just feel like of your friends, that's the last one I would have picked. Well, second to last.
Yeah.
Ella's maybe not the best
Rose
choice
doesn't know
either.
shit. Like, I love her, but she doesn't
No.
know shit.
She absolutely doesn't.
I don't know, maybe it's, oh, fuck, names.
Lorna Crawford.
Lorna Crawford.
I was gonna say, of those three, the one who's going
was
to
my
be willing to
guess,
have
too.
this conversation in the first place is probably Lorna Crawford.
Yeah, let's go have a chat with Lorna. Or, well, I mean, like, phone her up and see if she's free first, but...
She's never doing anything. She's like, yeah, come over, like... I was just having afternoon tea alone in my giant townhouse, like...
Right, yeah, okay, cool. So, yeah, Cynthia's gonna swing by for tea. And we're gonna ask some questions, because Cynthia wants to know things.
Keep an eye on the
This-
moves.
This doesn't feel read between the lines, because that's like asking a person about like things that they're doing specifically. The closest thing I could guess is like familiar territory, but that's the default structure. Anyways, yeah, Cynthia shows up at Crawford's place.
Yeah.
Which is the farm, right?
No. That is...
The Heights. have
That is the
farm.
Heights. Lorna Crawford has a giant townhouse that is like basically empty and she doesn't use half of.
Cool.
It's like
Alright.
this it's like imagine the house like that's like not far out from town that like all the kids give a wide berth cuz like the like wicked old lady lives there. That's the vibes. The paint's a little too dark. Everything's a little too rickety. You know, that's kind of the energy. But yeah, she invites you in, and you know, you go to her like, she has like a drawing room basically. You know, it's all red velvet, dark wood. Gets you all set up. And she's like, so, did you want to talk about something? You seemed, well, as much as I enjoy your company, it's kind of atypical for. Yeah, I mean, we just got done with, you know.
Knitting Club, yeah. I got a call actually, not more than an hour ago from a friend of mine. You know, Tom, right? I've talked about him Or I feel Tom's definitely come up at knitting club before. Um,
Well, presumably you had knitting club while Tom was on bed rest, and that was like what you were doing for a month and a half.
I'm sure. So yeah, you know Tom, right? The fellow who's sort of new in town. Um,
Personally, not super familiar. I do believe I've perhaps encountered him at the grocery store.
yeah, yes. He called me an hour or so ago, and just seemed a little rattled about something, and was sort of asking about um, trying to source some old town records, specifically about um, what did he say? It was like old farmhouses and a tragedy taking place therein. Um, and I was, we're gonna go look at the records later, but I wanted to see if that sort of rung any bells for you.
Is there a specific time frame you're looking at? Because there aren't many places other than farmhouses for tragedy to occur in these parts.
Yeah.
So that would be helpful information.
I can't say I can't say he even knows. Um, I he said something about it being out in the woods, in the middle of the woods.
Cynthia,
Yes,
That's
Darling.
where all the farmhouses are.
that's where
we're
all
in the
farms
middle
are.
of the woods.
Right. I'm first trying to remember what Tom like specifically said.
Yeah.
Before you were around, was the only thing that you have resembling a time frame per se.
Before I was around.
Yeah, because I mean, which was mostly a like, I don't want to ask you about this kind of thing because I don't want to have to explain why I'm looking into it, which that ship has in fact sailed, but it was just like, I want to look into records because I don't expect it's something that you personally know.
But it was a good while back, probably several decades, perhaps when sort of you were young.
Wow, calling your friends old. Cynthia's such a good friend.
Cynthia's also old, okay? They're old people. They get to sit around and commiserate about being old.
You know, that doesn't not ring a bell. Unfortunately, it's just been so long. I swear. She, like, takes a second, you know, like, long sip of her tea, just trying to, like, not say anything that's actually incorrect.
Yeah, I think Cynthia has, like, pulled out a sort of notebook from
Yeah.
her bag and is, like, just listening patiently.
I do... So much has happened since then. This would have been just before... Well, at any rate, certainly, the, late 70s, early 80s period was sort of rough, around here, as I recall. I couldn't point to any particular event, but there are perhaps a couple that might fit that bill, although I seem to recall the most of it just no I recall very few farmhouses involved. I swear there was one that might have fit that description. If I'm being completely honest with you, your best bet might be the town hall records. But certainly if you wanted to narrow your field down as far as the last couple decades goes, certainly around then would have been sort of a particularly tumultuous time, per my recollection at least.
Do significant events around that time period, something that could anchor it even a little more specifically in time?
To be completely honest, I was a little preoccupied. So I wasn't really in tune with current events, as it were. Sorry, I can't be more of a help to you in this.
Oh, I mean, you've already been very helpful, and I appreciate that. Yeah, if you recall anything else, do give me a call.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I guess that it's very helpful. I think having a place to start our search would be good. Perhaps take a look at the census records, if they have them. Not a bad place to start. Yeah, I'll take a look. Thank you very much.
Much luck to you on your morbid little quest.
I'll give you an update next Sunday.
I look forward
This is
to
the
it.
first session I've needed 4 pages of notes for.
This is the first
session
where I needed-
anything is out.
Yes.
Yeah, cool. Cynthia's got a lead.
Hell yeah. Anyone else up to
Fine.
anything before we go town record hunting?
I think Milo is going to get a text from Frank that basically just says, when you get the chance, we should sit down and talk about what the hell happened. A little more in depth
Lol,
when it's not when it's not 2 a.m.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think you just get a text from Milo. It's like, if you agree to not call me crazy, then sure.
Frank says, sure.
Frank breaks out his old Dare paraphernalia from the 80s.
Well, here's the thing. He's had enough time to process that Milo did not have nearly enough time to doctor that footage anyway. That footage is real. Which is a hot take.
Oh. Well, I guess that'll be a date for the two of you.
Do we wanna... It's 7 p.m. Do we need food?
Food break for the second time.
I had a bunch of chips and also a bunch of adrenaline, so I'm fine.
I need to eat at some point, otherwise I will starve.
Yeah, well, now is as good
How
as
long do
any
we
time,
have?
and that'll give us
We
like an
have-
actual. We have basically an hour left to stream.
Yeah, and an hour until the dining hall closes. Or apparently only until 7:30 on the weekends. That's
Yep.
fun.
So we've got 20 minutes to go get dinner, so we should do that.
I'm
Go. Food.
probably going to regret not eating any food if I don't have dinner today.
Cool, we're doing dinner.
All right. Well, we'll be right back. Just kidding. I'm still here.
Are you getting? Do you want anything?
I mean, now that stuff's not grab and go, I guess it doesn't. If there's something
It is-
convenient to snag.
It is basically grab and go.
Well,
It's
yeah,
just
no, I know,
kind
but
of
like, you can't
it's
just grab
not
me a
like
salad.
boxes.
There's not a way to.
I can put another plate on top of it.
Yeah, but you'd have
There's
to
not a
make
lot
the
of
salad.
that.
It would be a whole
Yeah,
thing.
true. Yeah. Okay.
I don't know if there's like pizza you can grab an extra slice of. I guess that would be
Yeah, I,
fine.
I mean,
If not, I
remember
can make
looking at
ramen
the, like-
afterwards. It's fine.
Yeah, I remember looking at the thing and not thinking it was particularly inspiring food.
If there's a sandwich or something easy like that, then yeah, but don't worry about it too much. I can just make ramen when we're done.
Yeah. God almighty.
How's it going, chat? Oh, there's like nobody here. Cool.
Yeah,
Alright.
there is nobody.
That makes my life way easier.
Here it is.
Yeah.
How did my...
You guys should mute your mic. It's not muted.
Stop vibrating.
It's not. They're not on. Okay, we're
They
just gonna
can't
go
hear you.
ahead and mute that. Somebody should remind me to undo that.
Here, Kellen, if you want the entertainment of watching me play Trackmania, I can stream that to you.
I don't know if my computer would be able to like handle that. Streaming and receiving streaming. It's already mad at me for
I'm
daring have like all the shit open that I do simultaneously.
Uh-oh.
These headphones are not kind to my ears in the long term. I'm pretty excited for, the rest of this stupid game.
Plot is actually starting.
Oh,
We
what
had 2
plot?
episodes of Slice of Life, and now we're actually in horror.
Yeah, well, you know, it was gonna happen at some point. Nah, this is, I think, a catalyst of plot, not so much plot itself.
Yeah. Everyone's like, hold on, weird shit's happening.
Yeah. And now from here, I have no fucking clue where anything goes. I'm not allowed to know things. I have a document with like 50 people. They have names, they have like 2-sentence descriptions, and they have like a vague web of social relations. And that's it. Everything else is, oh, player problem.
Fair enough.
I got a channel achievement. Good job, me.
Oh, did you get the 5 chatters?
No, I have yet to get that one.
Oh, I thought you would have gotten it when Katie showed up.
Nope. Because no one, they weren't, it's, you have to be, like, active in the chat. So it would have
Okay.
taken Katie and then all of you, and I don't count, to have all typed in the chat in the same, like, chunk of time.
Yeah. And I was eating lasagna most of the time while Katie was here. I don't know if you're watching me repeatedly flying off this track.
It's called gaming. It looks
Okay.
like it was streamed for 7 unique days in the last 30 days.
Hmm.
That is, I have not done that, question mark, but okay.
You
Okay.
did it.
I have 6 of 50 followers.
Oh, is it 50 followers where we can emote?
Sort of. Basically. With a little bit of extra work on my part, yes.
Ah. Are you gonna become a Twitch affiliate?
If I get 50 followers. Yeah, I don't know, but I'm hoping that maybe, doing some, like, weekday streaming stuff will maybe move that number around a little bit. Because I was talking about this earlier. I want to, stream, like, campaign art basically.
Yeah.
None of you are invited to those streams, but like, that's content people will come vibe and consume. I don't know. I guess I could do video games. I'm gonna start a Minecraft Let's Play on the side.
Bro, I'll become a Trackmania streamer. Let's go. No, I'm not good enough to be a Trackmania streamer.
See, that's why you stream Minecraft. You don't have to be good at Minecraft. Right now, all the real Twitch money is in Minecraft RP.
Hey, we have a bot in the chat.
Yo, shout out to the bot in the chat. Thanks, Buggy, as your undefined at my ceiling is tilted. Hello. If you need real, free, and high-quality service to increase your streams, get out of here. .com.
I'm pretty sure that's one of those services where you can pay them to have bots watch your stream so you move up in the algorithm.
Yup. Ugh, my throat is dead. It is deceased. It's so upset with me for my life choices.
Yeah.
Well,
How it goes.
last night, we played, cause Kai's never like actually experienced the full game. We played Undertale for like almost
nice.
4 hours. Which means that Kai and Abby have now started the magical journey, which is playing a video game with me, which I can single-handedly voice act the entire game of.
Oh my god.
So that was a choice that I made, and I stand by it, and I am also suffering greatly because of it.
That's how it goes.
But listen, I can't, like, Deltarune Chapter 2 came out, I need to play it, and obviously to play it, I need to play all of Undertale, and then Chapter 1, and then Chapter 2, and since Kai had never seen it, I was like, fuck it, it's not that long of a video game, we'll just play through it, and then we'll do Deltarune, and that'll be good. And then like 3 weeks later, I can have dodged spoilers and play the funny new game.
Hey.
But yeah, no, it's been rough. Well, and the thing that's extra great is it's like the beginning is the bit with Papyrus in it, which means it's like the most taxing part of the entire fucking video game. Horrible.
F. Oh, you banned the bot.
I did. No bots. How hard is it to make Twitch bots? Am I allowed to talk about this live? Probably not. Why would I pay someone to do it when I could probably do it myself? Listen, if I'm being completely honest, we like show up on the front page of like tabletop RPG streaming anyway.
Really?
Like if we have like 6 or 7 viewers, we're there. If you scroll down a little bit, you can find us. Like
Yeah, I guess it's just not a popular streaming.
it's really
category.
not, which is kind of where you're supposed to stream if you want an audience, but like yeah, we're not, it's not like we're in the gaming category 50 fucking pages in, you know?
Yeah.
But
Now we gotta use clickbait and then put ourselves in the hot tub and beach category.
I was saying that we should get like an inflatable hot tub and set it up right here, and then I'll stream webcam and I'll GM from the hot tub, and then it won't even be clickbait.
That would be really cool. Your dorm probably wouldn't allow it. Yeah, my dorm bans so many things. Like, my roommate brought an air fryer. Illegal. Not
Well,
allowed.
yeah, they don't want you to, like, set a fucking fire.
But like, we can't have a toaster. We can't have
Uh-huh.
a hot. We can't have a hot plate.
Uh-huh.
That's so dumb.
Each and every one of those items is on that list because someone has set a fire with it. That the blanket ban at my high school was no self-contained heating elements. None. Just no. Just don't. Did that stop the idiots from using the provided hall microwaves to burn down the building? Absolutely not.
We're allowed to have microwaves.
It's probably because those are slightly harder to accidentally set a fire with. That's why we were allowed to have them, but like also totally doable. Shout out to Hot Chips. Just like plastic a bag in the microwave because that's okay.
Like, was stapled, and that's why
Yeah.
it like sparked. Yeah. It is
Listen,
true.
microwave all your staples. Do it. Hey chat.
Okay.
Microwave your staples.
I'm gonna put the entirety of the staples that Abby worked at into the microwave.
That would probably set a fire.
Try me. No, you get a normal sized microwave and you just push.
No, you get a normal sized microwave and you turn it inside out. Then everything's in the microwave.
Ooh, yeah. No, but then you'd microwave the whole planet, you'd microwave the ocean, and you'd kill the dolphins. That's a no-go.
But you could microwave all of it.
It's not worth it if you microwave the dolphins.
But dolphins are
microwaving
approaching
the
sentient.
whales-
They have...
The whales deserve to be microwaved, but the dolphins don't.
That is absolutely untrue. It's the other way around. Dolphins are advanced enough to understand when they do something wrong and harmful. That means they can be evil. Whales don't. They can't.
I would like to know.
I didn't hear any of that because I had you muted because you didn't mute yourself when you left.
Cool.
Hey, we're back. We should do the thing.
We can do the thing now. Just pointing out, I did say out loud, someone should remind me to unmute them. No one did. That's on James. I don't think anyone else was here.
It's here. I kind of forgot.
I could still.
Alright, so what's happening? Oh, I can bring us back on stream. It's
Yeah,
fine.
maybe do that.
We're live! Welcome back. To nobody. It's just us. So who's up to what?
And then I did nothing else Sunday evening.
Yep.
Cynthia's waiting for a phone call.
Yeah, that phone
But
call
that's
has been
Monday.
like 9. Which is probably earlier than you were expecting it.
That's what we're going to?
What?
That's what we're doing, right?
Yes. And
Yeah, I
you
didn't
should
hear
probably
anybody
do
else
it,
say
because
that
we've
they
got
were-
like a half an hour to wind down, so...
I did. It's at 9. I assume you pick up. I don't think there's that much chatter unless you're gonna mention that you went and talked to Lorna.
I think Cynthia probably mentioned that, like, I've done a little bit of my own, I've done a little bit of sort of background checking in with the folks that I am in touch with.
Alright.
So I've got perhaps a little bit of a lead.
Okay.
Well, what time works best for you?
Just about any time, honestly. You probably know the hours better than I do.
Why don't we say 1? That'll give us a good couple of hours before they close.
Yeah, that works for me.
Alright, I will see you there. hang up.
Tom, for the next 4 hours, is gonna do my favorite hobby, which is just vibrating around the house until it's 1 o'clock.
Yeah, well, I mean, 1 o'clock rolls around, so,
I'm definitely early. I got there like 12:30.
Cynthia is probably there a little later than that. Maybe
But
15
before
minutes
1.
later. Before 1, yes, but not 12:30. 12:45 probably is when Cynthia shows up. Sees your car is there, presumably.
Yeah.
Heads inside. Oh, I've already forgotten the clerk's name.
Sean Durkee.
Ask John if she's seen description of if he's seen description
Okay,
of Tom.
okay, hold on. No.
Hold on.
You
No?
open the door to the...
And Tom is there.
You guys
Okay.
meet up in the parking lot?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. You enter the town hall, which is... It's just like a building. It's really not that exciting. Brick. Right next to, like, the post office. At the front desk, well, no one's there, but there is a, like, service bell, and, the whole place kind of smells like, that, like, office smell?
Smells
Like the
old
dentist reception area, I feel like it's a very specific, or like the doctor reception area, it has, like, that specific scent. I think this area also has that scent.
I think Cynthia
I
gives
head for the bell.
the bell a polite little ding. One ding. And just wait.
It's a shitty bell, so when the one tap doesn't actually, like, ring much.
Gives it a second ding. To get a good ding this time.
Yeah, you get a pretty solid ding. And there is kind of this, you hear some rummaging, and then you hear some, like, heavy footsteps on a creaky stairwell, and then, Sean Durkee rounds the corner, and, enters the reception area. Ta-da, and he's like, hiya, how can I help you?
Hi, we're looking for a couple of records from the 70s or 80s. Property records, census information.
The newspapers.
I mean,
too.
you want it, I
Newspapers.
got it. Is there anything in particular you're looking for? We can head down.
Yeah, let's have a look.
Don't quite know your names. I've seen you around, Cynthia. But you wanna catch me up to speed on that
Yeah.
while I...
I'm Cynthia. This is Tom. He's relatively new in town, so I'm not surprised you two haven't met yet.
Yeah, I don't spend much time out and about, as it were, but I've been, well, I got a history degree. My undergrad is in history, so I was just sort of, now that I've got some time on my hands, I was sort of interested in the local history, I guess, as it were.
Yeah, good, cool. In this basement, there is a whole lot of filing system happening. It is pristine in here, by the way. Sean, plops down in a, like, office chair, and adjusts, his, like, wrist support, and starts, tapping away on this, Tom, ancient-looking computer. Like, we're talking brick computer.
Right.
So he's going to town, and it's like, so, I mean, you've given me a couple decades to work with, that's a lot of content. Certainly not as much as we have for more recent years, but, like, there's a lot to look at. So you got any defining traits, features, something?
Yeah, something, some way related to a farmhouse that's particularly out of the way, um, and sort of linked to a tragedy of some sort. Tom?
Yeah, well, you know that I don't know if you would have heard any of the like rumors around town. It's something I happened to overhear and thought it might make an interesting like jumping off point. But yeah, farmhouses and tragedy.
Farmhouses and tragedy.
I was speaking to a friend of mine who said that's a pretty wide field, but there was like a specific event that
He
he sort of.
spins around in his chair a little bit and is like, well, listen. If we're talking specifically farmhouses and specifically tragedy, of the human demise variety, I've got one that comes to mind, obviously, but I'm just kind of.
Human demise.
I just wanna. It's a little. Well, there's no great way to put this. It's kind of gruesome, if I'm being completely honest. So.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not particularly squeamish.
Is that the match what you're looking for?
It sounds. I mean, it's certainly a place to start.
Yeah, well, and I mean, if you're talking rumors and you're talking farmhouses and you're talking tragedy, I'm thinking the haunted house out back on. I'm not good with geography or maps or anything. I'm really more of a histories guy, dates and stuff. But
I will supply the name of my street.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
As a question, like a.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's kind of, at least what I'm thinking about, and what sounds like you're thinking about. You could have just led with what happened at the Granton spook house or whatever. It's not like that's a complete and utter mystery. Everyone kind of knows what happened at the Granton spook house.
Oh, I didn't. I mean, I guess if it's not like a big, I did it.
Well, if it's not that, there are a couple disappearances in the woods in the mid-'80s.
I don't know. The spook house seems sort of like what you.
Yeah,
like,
I guess I didn't really
recognize
want to
it.
separate my like name. One of those things that like, I mean,
Let's have a look at the haunted house.
Respectable citizen and all that. I'm not the kind of person who goes looking into conspiracy theories, but
I
you're
wouldn't
the
call
one who
it.
brought it up.
Well,
My
I mean, more
name.
precisely, you're the one who brought it up. Sean just gave it a name, as far as I'm understanding, if we're correct here.
But yeah.
Sean has tuned the both of you bickering out, and is clicking around. He gets up, rummages through some stuff, flicks through some filing cabinets and whatever, and is like, yeah, so I could drag all of this stuff out, or I could just fill you in on like the local legend and you just trust me and take me at my word, because my sources, the sources you'd be looking at anyway, but with a lot more vaguely faulty technology in play than maybe you want to sit around and wait for.
Let's hear it.
Yeah, you might as well just.
Yeah, so, 70s.
I just wanted on the record that Tom is like. Would probably have preferred to ask to read it himself, but doesn't want to be like suspicious about it in front of Cynthia because he's already done far too much of that in the past 24 hours.
Yeah, so, I want to say 76, could be 78, definitely an even number in the late 70s. So around that, we'll say 76. 76. There was a, sale of a house, the house, the one, kind of to sort of a reclusive bloke, I guess you could say. And long story short, the house wasn't really up to code at the time, and that kind of ended up not being looked into at all. And the poor bastard went through 2 floors. Some people say it fell from the attic. I don't personally think that that's the case. But most of the news reports were pretty sensationalized about it just because, it took them, well, we'll say, definitely a couple months to notice that he was gone. And autopsy reports suggest that maybe the fall didn't necessarily kill him, which is kind of why the local legend kind of spiraled from there. Just the concept of, that kind of, it's one hell of a way to go. I'm being maybe a little insensitive, but I have to explain this at least once a month to some teenager who kicks down my door and demands information. But yeah, so we're looking at kind of a brutal situation, and then press got to it, and no foul play involved, just some faulty architecture. Sorry to disappoint. I guess it's not really as exciting as the Granton spook house makes it seem.
Oh yeah, no, that is how these things tend to be. You wouldn't happen to have a name or a description or anything? Were there any photographs that went with the news articles?
There were photographs about the arrival. Name, though, yes, I can make name happen. And he slides back into his chair, taps away for a little bit, squints at the screen, and goes, Hector Schoen. I'm not sure on the pronunciation of that. Poor guy. Yeah. And yeah, died in 1976, just like I said. So
Is that
there's your Granton spook
article
house.
the one with the picture on it?
No. They wouldn't. The body didn't even look like
Yeah.
a body at that point. That was.
Yeah, that's not the kind of thing you would want to put in papers. Tom is distinctly avoiding looking at Cynthia or even in her direction.
Cynthia's looking intently at Tom.
Oh yeah, well thank you for your time. I might be back. I sort of depends how much time I have, but like I said, the history undergrad, so.
Yeah, no, local history is my sole passion in life, really. I've kind of taken this place and, put a lot of time and effort into making it usable.
Oh yeah, it's a lot more organized than even some of the archives that I was seeing in New York.
Yeah, well, guess those big shots don't really have time to sit and sift through everything bit by bit and put it all back together again.
Writing papers.
So, but yeah, if you want to talk local history, I'm your guy. I guess probably whoever they've got over at the courthouse might maybe also know some stuff, but I think there's a fairly recent turnover somewhere in there. I think the original curator passed or something, and I don't know who they've got working on it now. I haven't been over there in a while, but that's sort of more of the touristy history destination, I guess. So
yeah, that makes sense.
But yeah, glad to be of help. Sorry that the mythos wasn't quite as exciting as you might have been led to believe.
Oh yeah, no, well it's I guess that kind of thing happens. I wasn't expecting much. Oh yeah, well I'll leave you to your history. But thank you again
Yeah, and thank
Yeah.
you very much for your time and your information. I think it's been very helpful, wouldn't you say?
All right. Well, see you folks around. You two walk out into the parking lot.
I think Cynthia, on the way out, turns to Tom and is like, "So what's got you so worked up about the Granton Spook House all of a sudden?"
Wait, Cynthia, you know, you got a name. You do.
Is based to a name is a
It's not.
Wait,
No, I'm saying that Tom
non-invasive.
has told you Hector's name before now, and you
Okay.
just heard
Right.
it again in affiliation
Right.
with the Granton Spook House.
right.
We were gonna bring some like dinner to this man's house so that we could like welcome him to the neighborhood.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
you just learned that he's dead, and has been for several years. More than 2.
Tom is
Tom,
trying very hard to leave. You will have to corner him.
I think Cynthia is able to walk fast. Tom,
I mean, Tom can like sort of go, but
No, he can't actually.
let's
He can go. He can manage a speed that is slightly. He can go like regular walking speed if he hurries, which is just Cynthia's regular walking speed.
Tom, I'd like to know what was up with your neighbor. Is that what this is about?
I'm just going.
Tom,
I'm just walking out the courthouse. Or not the courthouse. I just wrote down courthouse. That's what's in front of my head. The town hall.
like Cynthia's walking after you, like asking questions like nonstop. And if you get to your car,
Mhm.
like she is leaning out of the window and knocking on the glass.
You can't hear anything from inside the car, which Tom has gotten in the car already.
Cynthia makes like a roll down the windows
yeah, like-
gesture.
Just sort of a sighs. You can't hear anything, but you probably swore. It's just like, fuck.
I think Cynthia actually swings around to the passenger side and sits there.
Well, you'd have to open the door first, but the car is unlocked. Well, it's probably not automatic lock. It's probably key lock. This is an old truck. But I will roll down the passenger side window. What?
This seems like it's a lot for you. Why don't we go on a little drive and talk things through? Doesn't that sound good? Can I try to use empath here?
I guess I don't personally see a reason you couldn't. It would depend on whether or not Tom considers Tom vulnerable? That's the wording?
Yes.
I mean, probably. He certainly isn't like doing anything particular to not be shaken at this point, so it wouldn't be too terribly difficult to tell that, like, I mean, his hands are shaking.
Alright, I'm gonna go with a roll that. Alright, that's a 9, which means I don't quite get what I wanted. Which is, it's mostly like a, you know what they're feeling and get an idea of why. Which I think is just is gonna sort of confirm Cynthia's
You
everything.
can make your own educated guesses.
Yes.
They will be correct.
Yeah, I feel like we have a pretty good insight into his mind already.
And certainly his emotional state.
Tomothy,
Thomas Anthony DePasca is
Tomothy.
is what one might call not doing particularly well.
Actually, yeah, why don't we just go on a little bit of a drive? We can talk this through. This is a lot to take in, I'm sure.
Talk what through? That my neighbor has been. Wait, shit! I have to do math really fast.
2 decades, 3 decades,
Nope.
4 decades.
70 to 10 is yeah 30. That's 14
30.
now. 76 to 60.
36 to 38 years.
It's 38. Nope,
38 years.
it's 36 years.
36 if you're going off to 78.
It's not 78, it's 76.
Then it's 38 years.
No.
Because it's 2014, Kai. Anyways,
Yes,
the point
okay.
is... Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, the point is...
What? That my neighbor who just moved in has been dead for 38 years?
Yes, that is exactly. What?
And I press a button on the console of the passenger door unlocked.
Yeah, Cynthia swings into Tom's truck.
And you
You're
guys...
gonna let Tom drive?
I don't know. I feel like actually Cynthia probably would suggest why don't you let me drive? We'll take the Thunderbird, or I can use your truck.
Yeah, no, I'm right. Yeah, I'll get out of the car and
We get into Cynthia's Thunderbird.
yeah.
There's probably some stuff on the passenger seat that you have to pick up.
I would expect nothing less.
Throw it in the back box.
And
Throw it in
you
the back.
guys
Yeah.
pull out of the parking lot and head out for the winding back roads of the Twin Towns. And we'll check back in with you guys next session. Because we're getting to that time, so we gotta do end of session stuff, which we can run through real fast. Starting with reflection. Starting from the top. Here, hold on.
That's
Let
me.
pop us back to the live screen.
All right.
The top is no, yeah, you.
Me,
Okay,
I'm
go.
the top. So, did
Go
you
back.
uncover a secret or hidden truth? I feel like Cynthia's digging around in the library with Tom counts as uncovering a secret.
Yeah, I would consider that true.
Yeah. I would consider digging up the records that show that this man died in 1978-ish, 76-ish,
Sean said in 76.
probably.
According to the newspaper article that was from 76.
Anyways, did you resolve a long-term issue? I don't think so.
We discovered a long-term issue, I feel like.
Did you roll with your highlighted stat? That's a no. And were you scared? Yeah.
So that's 2 yeses, so you get
The
experience.
spook house. They weren't lying. That house sure do spook.
Alright, Frank.
Frank did not uncover anything new this session. Other than, maybe the fact that Milo's a liar, but...
Are real. Have you considered? You saw
I guess-
that footage.
I guess, okay, there is actually a ghost in the Granton spook house. That's something.
I'll give it to you, that's fine.
Second one. Long-term issue. No. We're in session 3, and this is the first plot session, so it's not... So, we haven't had long-term issues yet. Did I roll with my highlighted stat? Nope. And was I scared? Yes.
That house.
Yeah.
Well, that's 2 yeses, so enjoy your XP. Milo. I haven't been reading them, so I don't have them in front of me.
I just always forget them.
Does someone else have them? On hand?
I can remember them. First one is, did you discover anything?
The secret or hidden truth is the first one.
Ghost.
There's a ghost in yeah.
It's true.
Did you
Long-term issue is the second one.
No.
did you roll with your highlighted stat?
Your highlighted stat was, I
Yeah,
believe, boxes.
twice.
Were you scared?
Also, yes.
Alright,
like
so
you can
take
hear
your EXP, you grimy bastard. Tom.
I got 2 secret. Well, I guess it's with only 1 secret or hidden truth.
Hector showing
I
be
think it was
dead.
just-
True.
Just 1, but it took some. That's not how you spell off here. It's a Y, not an I. Long-term issues. I mean, I found one. I found it. Highlighted stat, no. Yes.
I think my favorite fact about the Spook House is that we're really happy that the boys did not, like, miss a roll in there. Because if Milo had frozen or Tom had frozen, there would be a dead boy. Like,
That would not have been good.
you would have gotten eaten by the Spook House spook. Monster House is hungry.
It's hungry.
All right, then we got the final stretch, the home stretch. So Stars and Wishes are. I need a better name for it. I hate that name. It's terrible. It makes me feel like we're doing like My Little Pony
Preschool?
Friendship is Magic sparkles.
It's diners, drive-ins, and dives.
What's your diner? What's your drive-in? And what's your dive? Abby, go.
My god, I made it here.
Cool thing next time on.
Yeah, my diner, which is the cool thing, I guess. The cool thing. I think everything that happened between. We've got some other stuff. We got to cover a lot of ground here. I'm gonna go with every interaction Tom and Cynthia had in the latter half of this session. And my drive, which has to be what happens next. I'm looking forward to the literal drive. That's gonna happen. And also potentially checking in with Milo.
You don't know Milo was there. I mean, it's the Spook House, so you can maybe guess, but like.
Well, yeah, but
And
Cynthia
then-
checks in with Milo anyway.
That's true, yeah.
Yep, she did it this session, except Milo successfully beat her off.
And then the dives part of diners, drive-ins, and dives is generally what didn't you enjoy.
Yeah,
Well,
but we don't do that.
we don't need
Yeah.
that.
We don't need that here, but
I didn't like that the Spook House was too scary.
Spook House, it spooked me. I didn't.
Oh no, it's spooky.
Oh wait, I am actually next.
Good one.
Favorite
Where's your
thing is
diner?
probably the general confusion of Tom is in the Spook House. Just the general confusion of that is really great. What I'm looking forward to, the absolute fallout of holy shit, ghosts are real. The consequences of this are going to be interesting.
Well, we gotta get the campaign rolling somehow, is all I'm saying.
Turn.
Yeah.
My favorite thing? I mean, like, I don't know, pretty much everything in the Spook House this session. I was also a really big fan of, Frank, showing up when Milo came back from the Spook House. That was a good one. But my drive would probably be I really want to know what's up with the train.
Yeah!
With the Frank thing.
Oh yeah, the train horn.
I want to meet Train
Uh,
Man.
I want to meet Ghost Train.
I
Kellen.
swear to God, it is just Afia pulling a prank.
Tom, bring us home.
I'm going to directly quote my notes here, I think. So the under the Spook House heading, I have like a sub note that is there's some footsteps coming up the stairs, which I wrote, and then we had the whole scene with like we're in Hector's house now, and then I went back to those notes and I wrote someone about to walk into the hole in the floor. Oh no! And then we just have twice as big as everything else because I got to the end of the page.
Shit, it's me. And also being, I don't know, I feel like the like adrenaline high of just everything that happened in this spook house, but also like I couldn't decide if I was suspicious of Hector or not, but like being right about anything, even if it was just like vague vibes, is always something that I enjoy. Next time on, will I see Man again? I don't know. I'm also just looking forward to being free. I have this entire playbook that I have done none of so far, and now I get to.
Kellen,
Yeah, you never do the thing.
Oh, I mean, I guess
Diner
I
and
can.
drive.
I was gonna use my speaking time for something else exciting, but fine.
we can do both.
I think my diner is I think my diner is the fact that I've been sat here watching Milo and Tom dance around each other without realizing it for fucking 3 sessions, and I finally got the payoff of it was the same house all along. I've been waiting for that one for a hot fucking minute. Also, the fact that no one died during it, choice, delectable. Thank fucking Christ. So drive-in. My drive-in is that, jeez, what do I want to see next time? I'm interested to see sort of where and how the story branches from here, because we're out of the training wheels are coming off, basically, as of next session. So I'm excited to see who goes where, finds what, and meets whom, which will kind of set us up for the rest of season 1, which is, you know, from my seat, pretty zesty. So there's that. Now it's time for my dive, and my dive is this. The sun sets over Granton. And for a lot of people, it's just another day. But that night is not completely normal for some people. Frank, you wake up and the red numbers on the edge of your field of vision, they say 2:47. And you lay awake for a moment, wishing you were still asleep. And that is when you hear the whistle. The last time you heard it, it was distant, quiet. You frankly could have mistaken it for, you know, the howling of the wind if there was wind that night. It's still a ways off, but Frank, if you didn't know better, you would swear that these few drawn-out cries from a train whistle were maybe a little louder, a little clearer, a little closer. And that's a problem for the morning. But you can't help but wonder where and how and why. But that's a problem for the morning. And yeah, we'll see you all next week, I guess. Stay
Right.
cool, fam squad ending stream, and word.